This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Well, we're doing this shit again, aren't we? Welcome to the Troll Patrol Live. It's a freaking Thursday. Night 4 of the Republican National Convention. We're going to be hearing from Tucker Carlson, Dana White, Hulk Hogan, Mike Pompeo, Linda McMahon. Hold on, let me see. Alina Habba, Franklin Graham, Eric Trump, your lineup of illustrious speakers for tonight. It's going to be a shit show in all the best ways, in all the worst ways. I guess it depends on what you mean by best. It does look like they're gonna get underway here in the next little bit. But Linda McMahon is slated to speak within the next half hour, so they're probably getting ready to gavel in. We'll get that queued up here in a second, and then I'll keep you abreast of any. Somebody's farting outside my window. Oh, that's a motorcycle. I'll keep you abreast of any breaking news, like Biden being on COVID watch now.
Biden dies of COVID watch.
I'm going to be working on it here in just a second. The ideal timing would be tonight. The next ideal timing would be tomorrow. Not just because he should get out and let the Democrats go about their business. But it would take away from Donald Trump's coverage in the press. It would absolutely... Okay, so Trump is going to dominate the news cycle tomorrow. If Joe Biden steps aside, that automatically usurps whatever coverage Trump was going to get. RNC at noon on the left. Mac telling you about the condemnation of a vengeful God. RNC after midnight. Mac on the right, getting ready to get his gay on. Fox, good evening. George Santos, who I absolutely follow on Twitter, has been roasting everybody. That's your meme of the day. Let's go check in on these Republicans here. And then I'll fill you in on all the news that's been newsing. The RNC feed has not gone live yet. C-SPAN looks like they're taking calls. I thought it said Linda McMahon would be speaking in the 6 o'clock slot.
The big speech by former President Trump, I'd say the place at this early hour is abuzz. I mean, there is a lot of activity, a lot of noise, and it's pretty festive down here.
What do you think? Should we do car chase instead?
Until Mr. Trump speaks. But I'm going to talk to Max.
Like we don't have
covering all this for Punchbowl News. Max, this is your first convention, so
are there speakers right now? Because C-SPAN has raw dog coverage too.
Is unity. The Republican Party feels good about their chances of winning in November, and crucially is all united around their candidate, former President Donald Trump, who will speak tonight.
Mitochondria says Chase.
That's a stark contrast to what...
Let me tell you guys, it was a wild chase.
Biden can run again, so it's a really big split screen.
I wish I'd had it in me to do this last night, because, boy.
Yeah, these are the people that are going to go home and have to turn out.
It is a wild chase. Let me get down to my watch later here on YouTube.
Process, correct?
For sure. And
Scroll through the hundreds of videos I have saved.
Even more unity around the ticket. You know, President Trump picked a running mate who's very ideologically aligned with him, someone who's going to follow the Make America Great Again movement, not someone like a Nikki Haley or a Marco Rubio who might have presented a different ideological track. So with the running mate, with the mood around this convention, with the general sense of goodwill.
He went for that Peter Thiel money. That was all fucking Trump cared about.
Among delegates, everyone's, you know, feeling a sense of just in the Republicans.
And it may be the thing that bites him, because if he really wanted to get elected, the pick probably would have been Nikki Haley.
One was 74 minutes
media
long,
consultant,
minutes long. Have you heard?
campaign consultant, completely unbiased.
Schedule, they allotted 90 minutes.
Your best shot at getting elected was probably Nikki Haley.
What we do know is that there's reporting that he's completely rewritten this speech after the events of last Saturday, following his attempted assassination at that Pennsylvania rally. And many sources are saying that they're seeing a new President Trump, someone who's
I don't think so.
That's accurate. You know, a lot of times we've heard about Trump changing his tune, and that hasn't quite turned out to be
Ain't
true.
gonna happen.
What the speech brings.
Sean, good evening.
You filed a story today about the congressional.
So we're gonna come back to the RNC in a little while. We're gonna talk about a wild card. I've got all kinds of shit. A wild card chase that took place yesterday in LA. If it's not LA, it's Fort Worth. By the way, I do have a wild story out of Fort Worth again.
Yeah, let's go over to Gil Levis. He's overhead in Sky 5. Gil.
The suspect has stolen a car. There's a child inside.
Hawthorne Police Department that was in pursuit of possible robbery suspects. It led the Hawthorne Police up the 110 freeway into South LA. They got off on surface streets, ended up bailing out, and at least one of those suspects was able to jump into this vehicle.
Matter. Good evening. Austin.
As we work to reestablish the signal, potential robbery suspects here. Hawthorne PD initiating. And Gil, we lost you for a second. If you can hear us, that's a good thing. If not, we obviously don't have a signal. You with us, Gil?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, I do hear you. Yeah, sorry about that. So we are still here just south of downtown LA. That silver vehicle there
It is domestic abuse and sexual assault night.
It was a suspect that jumped into this vehicle after the Hawthorne pursuit. And
now there's several aspects about this chase, and I want to highlight. I want to go ahead and give you this detail so that you know that this is going on as we watch this chase. Because this is wild.
How do you? Oh, just absolute insanity.
We begin with developing news tonight, a wild and dangerous pursuit. The man behind the wheel driving at high speeds and at times on the wrong side of the road. And inside the car the whole time, an infant.
KCAL News Assignment Editor Mike Rogers is at the desk. Mike, this was so frightening.
Yeah.
You have a new angle, too, of that pursuit from inside the car.
Yeah, believe it or not, this guy driving the way he is on these roads, and to make it worse, we've learned he was live streaming for most of it. Take a look.
You gotta pull over and put your hands up, bro. My baby's in the car, bro. Bro, just pull over and put your hands up, bro. My baby is in the car, Dayon.
Yeah, now, Pat and Juan, we wondered what that woman's involvement was, and now clearly you can hear in this video she wanted nothing to do with this. She pleaded with the man for the entirety of the 8 minutes that he was live streaming during this pursuit, begging him to pull over. He said, I know the baby's in the car. That's why I'm not driving as crazy. Take a look what it will look like from SkyCal.
Blasting.
Not driving is crazy. So let's go back to the pursuit as it was happening live.
Sheriff's Department now continuing the pursuit here on the streets.
Just wanted you to know he's live streaming inside of the car.
Oh, he's forcing his way in.
Yeah, he's forcing his way in for sure. So again, you're saying that this
Can we
is
go
a
into out? Can
robbery
we do out?
suspect?
Yes, Sheriff. We have a robbery, apparent robbery.
All right, we keep on losing the signal there as he's nearby the 110 and Exposition Park. Again, that pursuit is a robbery suspect, and there we do have Gil again coming back in with his signal.
How many subs he got?
Again, deputies in pursuit of this robbery suspect. We don't know how many people are in that vehicle right now, but clearly a failure to yield, robbery suspect, a whole host of different charges that this. Okay.
So
you got the black and whites on him.
Correctly, you're describing the passenger as a suspect initially involved in a pursuit. The driver of this car was initially
dude live streaming with a kidnapped child. Isn't
so it's a second.
Isn't the bar set high, Mox?
That's what we're hearing, Mike, on the scanners. Definitely jumped into this vehicle.
I've got another trailer chase
on for him or her. We're not sure if it's a male or female in the vehicle, but definitely jumped in the vehicle.
Bourgeoisie lesbianism.
Took off at a high rate of speed from that area.
I encourage safe sex.
Northbound.
If that's what you're into, but I'm into
now past the
raw dog and strangers.
In the downtown area now. And here it comes back at us here. So they're going to try.
And if everybody consents, what's
but
the
speeds are a little too
deal?
fast for that at this point, but he's going back towards the 10 freeway now.
Yeah, he's, you know, it's 5.
I'm a slut and I sleep with sluts.
We all know what it's like to drive in Los Angeles, no matter where you are, if it's downtown on surface streets or on the 10 freeway. He's going to encounter.
I only want slut grade sex in my life.
And, you know,
what the fuck is wrong with me?
Way 80 miles per hour here on surface streets, on Hill Street.
But also, welcome in.
You live in sexual anarchy.
It's so dangerous because it's a heavily, you know, a heavy pedestrian area as well, and people are just getting out of work, and you can see that one car that just moved over to the side there looked a little bit shocked that this was coming his way, as they should be. And now on Washington Boulevard,
I'm pretty sure I got herpes, gonorrhea, and the clap from the RNC last night.
The officers are driving on the opposite side of the road just for a second there, just to keep up with this car.
Officers doing.
I think I named different diseases than I named earlier.
The speed of this vehicle, they're doing a great job staying right behind it. The airship overhead from the LA County Sheriff's keeping an eye on it, calling the pursuit for those officers there. But coming up on Adams Boulevard now, we got we're going to have some heavy traffic there. He's going to go wrong side of the road, and there's a bus, city bus, coming right at him. Oh, he's going to squeeze through. Man, oh man, can you imagine? Here he goes. He's going eastbound now here on Adams.
This is just incredibly dangerous, particularly in this part of Los Angeles at this time of day. So much cross traffic.
This was yesterday afternoon.
Traffic at a time of day when there's
a kidnapped child in the car.
Arguably,
he is live streaming.
A shorter or lower tolerance or patience from drivers at the end of a workday. You just want to get home. And to see something like this, certainly unexpected and frustrating to be sure for people in the neighborhood dealing with this.
Yeah, seriously, for 6 o'clock. It's about 10 tills when this happened, 10 till 6.
Fleet deputies here. And again, this is
Seems
not
to be pretty light for LA.
was initially involved in this pursuit from what we're understanding. So
the car is stolen.
Part of a larger crew. Again, this a robbery suspect in the passenger seat of this car that was part and parcel of the initial pursuit that was initiated by Hawthorne police and eventually made its way into South Los Angeles. It was picked up by the LA County Sheriff's Department in through downtown Los Angeles. So a desperate group of suspects here. And again, a second driver that is doing all he or she can, a very desperate situation.
Now, I have only seen that anecdotally, anonymously.
They're tracking this again from the air as well.
It is only anecdotally.
Sign of letting up on the ground by deputies.
People have been sharing out a headline, but that is a satire site.
Pursuit there, southbound on Broadway. He's got cross traffic, heavy traffic. He's going to squeeze through. Oh, look at that. Man, he almost hit that white car. Fortunately, that white car left just enough space there for that car to get by. It doesn't look like
it sure did.
But wow, what moves out here? Such heavy traffic.
He may have not known that the kid was in the car when he took the car.
Diagonal, and boy, this is so dangerous.
We don't have all the details.
Well, I mean, it's surprising how this sheriff's deputy is able to keep up with this car, you know, on all the turns and I mean, and it looks like he's just raring to do that pit maneuver on him, even at speeds of 70-something miles per hour. I mean, you can only just imagine what kind of a catastrophe that would be at that kind of speed, and the spin that the car would get. You know, we always talk about how these pit maneuvers have to be just the right kind of situation and the right kind of speed. It really depends on,
Thank you, Luis.
you know, what's happening in the environment around them as well. And so here we are in what looks like a residential neighborhood that this
sure doesn't it, politically?
Pursuit is going through, and you know, it's just incredible how they just keep on going through all of these streets, these really sharp turns, and
ooh, do the cops know there's a child? They almost hit a pedestrian.
And that the sheriff's deputies patrol car, they're just keeping up with it.
And you saw that pedestrian there running across the street to get out of the way of the situation. Just so many obstacles here. Gil, are we just west of downtown?
We are actually southwest of downtown right now.
He's done a very good job driving, I've got to say.
Going westbound still, and the traffic here is just a nightmare with all the people out on foot and people in cars. Here we are. He's going to turn into is this an alleyway? No, this is going to be a parking lot maybe?
Wow.
Shopping area. He's going to go through there, but and then back out onto the main street here. This is going to be Vermont. He's going to go southbound on Vermont. We might see the pit here. Let's see. It might be slow enough. They might have it. No, they're not going to take the chance. Too much traffic. Another unit blocking there, that intersection. That's good news.
The cops almost hit each other.
On Vermont for about.
No, the other day the chase we watched where the
speedometer on this is about.
Was it the guy or the woman?
60 miles an hour.
That maneuvered the cop into another car. It was a guy, I think.
Every time that lead unit,
like that was good.
Vehicle gets close enough to the vehicle, the driver is able to turn off onto a road and avoid the pit. So here he's going to be blocked by traffic. People there with cars that are stopped. He's going to squeeze through. Oh man, don't hit him.
Wow.
He's got nowhere
it looks
to go.
Like they're
for the
trying
meantime,
to keep him in there.
Yeah, for sure. They tried to box him in, but now the officers are having a hard time squeezing through.
Oh, the odometer?
Southbound here on
no, that's on the news.
Kansas. And he's going to go right-hand.
You thought that was one of my graphics?
Just keeping an eye on him. If the units on the ground lose him, they know exactly where the driver is at this point. But again, we are confirmed a robbery suspect inside this vehicle. And right now, the vehicle is actually heading back to where the initial pursuit terminated, which was off of Florence. So we'll see if Florence and Vermont, I believe it was, where it initially terminated and they jumped out and ran. So going back towards that same area.
So now out of the downtown area, fortunately in some senses, because the congestion and gridlock there just made the situation really untenable. It's just so very dangerous as this driver continues to blow through stop signs here. No less dangerous in a neighborhood like this with pedestrians and movement like this on the part of the suspect. So you've got the driver, obviously, and at least one passenger who we believe was involved in the initial pursuit that was initiated by Hawthorne police, confirmed robbery suspects. We understand that the passenger in this vehicle jumped out of the initial vehicle that was in pursuit and jumped into this one. So you have a second driver now involved and at least one passenger in this vehicle. And you wonder at what point they might consider a foot bail if they're returning to the area where the initial pursuit terminated. Potentially they're familiar with the area. Certainly there's a gravitational pull on the part of this driver to get back into that area. This is most likely by design of the many different directions a driver can go in a situation like this to make his way back toward the area where all this started would not be a surprise for law enforcement. But again, the Sheriff's Department overhead and again, as you can see behind the suspect, who is driving most erratically at a very dangerous time of day. Not that there's a safe time, but when you talk about late afternoon, early evening, more people are out walking. Certainly traffic on the road and the motoring public is going to be much more congested than it would be at
probably do.
Today. So the Sheriff's Department dealing with a whole lot.
Probably got missiles on that motherfucker.
Managing their own emotions, something that's often overlooked in a pursuit as the law enforcement behind the suspect has to.
Remember, they referred to it as a airship.
And at times go against what their instinct may want to do
LAPD
for the
airship
safety
is what they've called it.
Absolutely, a lot to think about for those deputies there that are in the lead. They're keeping their eyes out for any pedestrians, their cross traffic situations. The airship overhead doing a great job coordinating.
See, there you go.
Letting those units know that that the driver's coming up on some cross traffic or pedestrians in the road. So that's a big help for those deputies on the ground as the chase continues here southbound on Harvard. And you know, there's so many variables here on these surface streets through the housing areas here. So, you know, that's always a concern for the deputies in pursuit. And then you get into the cross traffic there on major streets. You're going to be.
Well, you got to admit, airship sounds
traffic
cool.
that has no idea pursuit's coming at them.
The LAPD
so
airship
for those deputies.
Yes, and as you see him go through these surface.
This is usually our palate cleanser, but tonight you're getting it before.
Well, there are a lot of
the RNC kicks off. This is our.
You know, he's going through those dips as if he knows.
Semi-nightly chase, it seems like.
You know that the robbery.
Almost nightly. Almost all of them coming from LA as well.
And there's a driver that picked up this robbery suspect. And as they're making their way through this neighborhood, you wonder, you know.
Yeah, but it's probably not just a helicopter.
Everybody that's at home.
Tactical
with all of those
response, blah 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 unit.
With their sirens going. And them.
It can land in water. It's
looks like
partly amphibious.
Looks like we're going in circles now.
Yeah, it's a transformer.
Like we've been on this street before.
You know, I don't know what the suspect is driving. What kind of car is that? Does somebody know?
So heading towards, well, for a distance.
I have no fucking idea what that is. Is that some kind of a Tesla?
It's actually, I think, Florence is what we're on. He's going to come back towards us now. Off of Florence and Gramercy's turning on here. So actually Florence is the street where they bailed out earlier.
I'm usually pretty good with cars.
And he's back on Florence, but further to the
I have no idea what the fuck that is.
All right, you're watching the KTLA 5 News at 6 o'clock. I'm Micah.
Malibu?
Sheriff Calvin Gil Levis in Sky.
What Malibus look like now?
County Sheriff's Department in pursuit, a very dangerous pursuit of robbery suspects.
Ooh, it's probably a Kia.
By Hawthorne.
I think it is a Kia.
They eventually terminated the pursuit. The Sheriff's Department picked it up, and you have an interesting situation.
Hyundai Volster.
This car was not the driver of the initial pursuit. The passenger, however, was a passenger in the car that was initially being pursued
seems
by
to be
Hawthorne
Kia.
PD. So potentially a larger crew here.
That would explain it, because I've never paid attention to Kias. They're not like in a video game for me to drive.
Gil Levis has been overhead.
I think I test drove one
made its
once.
way through Exposition Park, obviously from Hawthorne where it was initiated, and then now here through the South LA neighborhood.
They couldn't start it. The one I went to test drive, they couldn't get it started.
On surface streets of up to 80 miles per hour, and the
Mom laughed and was like, "Yeah, you're not buying that."
Patrol cars were able to keep up with this car. Every turn, every twist, every squeeze through vehicles, and you know, now at least here.
I mean, I know that's not a testament to the car; it's the battery, right? How long the battery has been, you know, out of use.
That one on Hill Street, and just very erratic driving, and to the point where.
But not good if you're trying to sell somebody a car. Not a good look.
The sheriff's deputies' patrol cars were so close to the suspect car that it looked like they wanted to initiate a pit maneuver at those speeds.
280,000 miles out of a car is a hell of a good ride.
No attempts really.
We're lucky to get that out of a vehicle.
Of a pit maneuver.
And by the way, that's about when I got out of my Toyota before I traded it in.
Of South LA. And
that is the distance to the moon.
Blowing through stop signs and stop lights and intersections.
280,000 miles.
Creating a major danger for this area in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and very dangerous
potentially
for pedestrians as well.
If that was the airship.
One instance, a pedestrian actually running across the street to get out of the way of this pursuit. Very close call. Very dangerous.
See, that's the thing with my Toyota. I barely fucking I maybe serviced it 5 times the whole time I had it.
You know, I thought maybe, but no. He's heading west now for sure. He's going north sometimes, and then he'll continue westbound. So certainly westbound towards the Baldwin Hills at this point. Now, I can tell you that the sheriffs have backed off on the ground. They've gone into tracking mode with the helicopter.
Must be a Democrat driver because he's fucking smoking them.
Running stop signs, running through red lights, cross through Crenshaw.
We watch chases all the time. They don't usually last this long.
Deputies definitely have drop
Especially
back.
once they get to the
Really close on this
fucking
narrow street here as it goes northbound.
the county
on
streets.
Yeah, it's just gotten too dangerous, and at some point they do.
But the LAPD is pulled back now.
At least on the ground. You do have them again in the air, continuing to track. Certainly, they've got a read on the license plate. Potentially, they know who this driver is. Again, these are robbery suspects. That
the next vehicle I buy, I want it to be the one I drive the
terminated
wheels
on
off of.
Florence and was
I want to get another.
By the
If I could get a mid-2000s
when
Toyota.
The passenger in the initial pursuit jumped into
Has
a different
150,
car,
200,000 miles on it. Yep, I'll buy that.
in the felony evading and the longer list of charges that continue to grow as the Sheriff's Department continues to pursue this vehicle at very dangerous speeds.
See, matter. That's what I'm talking about.
It's continuing at a high rate of speed. In fact, we tracked it.
You come in, you start trying to tone police new people.
On residential streets, very dangerous for sure. He's going to go through.
You're trying to start shit.
Signs. We've seen him do that. Wrong side of the road.
Bay has
parking lots.
I don't think Bay has commented before, and you're trying to run them off. Don't run them off.
The pursuit continuing west coming up on Edgemar.
Yeah, Bay's new here. Don't run Bay off.
Here's a lot less than it was out towards the east. So we'll see what the driver decides to do once he gets into this.
But you gotta understand the room.
But,
I'm trying to win new viewers over, and you're trying to run them off with your snarkiness.
They are in the area.
It's, you know, after those units following this car with, you know, such intensity.
Well, don't make Sparkles mad.
He was making his
That's
way,
all I
so
ask.
saying like 65 miles per hour. There they are. They're picking it up again. It looked like they.
Hey, can somebody that's a mod in the Discord? Can you put in the rules that you can't make Sparkles mad?
In charge.
You can't make Sparkles mad or sad.
And have a fresh set of eyes on this as this has been going on.
Add a new rule
now. We did see one of the patrol
Her name is
cars
fucking
maybe about
Sparkles.
go pull,
You want her
pull
to
off to the
sparkle.
side, and the second patrol car that was in pursuit take the lead. And here now we see maybe perhaps a fresh set of officers that are on this pursuit now.
That's right.
Yes, welcome in, Bay Medic.
And they have re-engaged in the pursuit. So you see the lights and sirens on those vehicles. Oh, he's got cross.
A fine chatter to take you under
their concerns for deputies in a pursuit like this, or law enforcement for that matter.
My God.
Go into a cross-traffic situation and cars coming through don't see you. It could be a dangerous situation for law enforcement, but the vehicle's still ahead here. Those
You're currently watching a chase.
Westbound, it looks like Fairview.
It happened in L.A. yesterday. We are awaiting the start of the Republican National Convention.
Traffic. The units are picking up and getting closer to them. They're saying right now 20.
You're not missing anything right now. Just some cheeseheads dancing
through that intersection as well. Clear.
And continuing to blow through stop signs. We've seen dozens of those violations along the way here.
Dozens.
This was very tight and tense for several moments in the downtown Los Angeles
Also, I don't like that my
area,
logo is not over there. We
moving
got
south and west, and now look at this, just right out into traffic.
Look at it.
Just so
Would
very
you
dangerous.
look at it?
At some point, the luck runs out. I mean, this has been incredible that this driver has not been in a collision to this point, driving this way in this traffic. Just reckless abandon, total reckless abandon here, blowing through intersections and stop signs as the Sheriff's Department continues behind this driver. Again, a robbery suspect in the passenger seat, that we know for sure. And now certainly you have the driver that's going to be wanted for at least felony evading and other charges, if not connected to the robbery as well. That was initiated, the pursuit by Hawthorne PD. But the Sheriff's Department remaining behind this suspect. Gil, we did see them drop back
I see. Well,
and it looked as though it had the intended effect. The driver cooled his heels and slowed the vehicle down and wasn't driving quite as erratically.
Absolutely. They pulled back during that long stretch when he was driving through a lot of the residential streets westbound. And now he's reached, Ladera Heights now and continuing westbound here on Slauson. So we've seen the driver on Slauson before.
Sorry, I'm fixing shit.
We're hearing now that I'm getting word on the scanner that it was an
Seeing how the
armed
sausage is
robbery
made.
suspects that initially were being chased by Hawthorne police, but they're trying to
now it's so much better.
Is armed.
Oh, that doesn't piss me off anymore.
That's an important question as law enforcement deals with a situation.
All right, now back to the chase.
Where they will assume the worst and will assume that certainly in this case that at the very least the passenger may be armed.
They were wearing yellow hats.
They are determined to bring the suspect into custody.
They're segregated by
there are at
hats.
least 2 people in this
Some of them
car,
had the
but
cheese
again,
heads
the driver, we're
on.
not
I see the
certain
yellow
about
hats.
The driver's potential involvement in the armed robbery.
I get maybe it's the Texas delegation has the cowboy hats, the Wisconsin has the cheese heads.
The getaway plan.
Certain states are wearing like certain colors or something.
Going forward with a list of felony charges.
Those are the state delegates down there. You see the
Sheriff's Department tries to
flag with their state name
and tries to bring this to a safe
fucking weird.
Which is going to be increasingly difficult to do. The desperate nature of this driver in a situation like this, with this kind of traffic at this time of day.
And Gil, what's so hard about this is that we were kind of looking to see if maybe there was a pattern, if he had been down that street before, because sometimes we see in these pursuits that they tend to circle either a wide area or not so wide area. And
I have picture.
You know, several times.
I have no clue what TVs do.
The police can.
I have a TV. It has a computer hooked up to it.
Could actually deploy a spike strip, but that's just not the case.
It's a smart TV, and I hate that, and I wish I could turn off everything about the smartness.
This driver is going to be.
But I like being able to tell it to turn itself off, so that's cool.
This driver's not following a normal pattern where it's.
But to me, a TV is just something to hook a computer to.
Now we're over here on the west side on Sepulveda.
I watch my movies and TV shows and shit on a TV.
Jump on that, but it is jammed right now at this hour. So, yeah, very difficult for the law enforcement.
The shit show gets started in about 30 minutes.
You see some units at intersections that are blocking at times. But as far as a spike strip, that would be really helpful. But at this point, now they're going
DJ Dub, good evening.
Surveillance mode once again, because the units, it's very dangerous for them to continue to follow at these speeds. He's going to go right turn here, east.
Yeah, I had a friend that had a projector.
So away from Sepulveda Boulevard, and we'll see if Culver City officers try to get involved.
He had just a gigantic fucking
to
wall.
Dial it down a bit. This driver going 60, 70 miles an hour.
That he projected it on, right?
We all know it's a recipe for disaster, especially with this driver's inclination to blow through stop signs and other intersections. Just absolutely reckless.
Wow.
And just so very dangerous. So now you see the driver, once the deputies back off a bit, the driver will slow down a bit.
Damn right it does.
Which is going to, increase the chances of this not being coming to a violent end, which is obviously not what anyone wants to see. But law enforcement.
I'm begging for Rex.
Bring the suspect into custody again. These are armed robbery suspects, very, very dangerous individuals. Law enforcement certainly assuming.
Here's the thing: is I have to.
We haven't confirmed whether that.
And also, you're new here. I'm Justin Freakin. I did the real news. I was news director of 11 radio stations. I was a writer for the third largest circulating newspaper in Kentucky.
Driver seems to not want to be on the freeway, but rather be
written for 4 different newspapers. I've worked in TV news, but I've never worked in like the news side of it. Because I went back to college for radio, television, film production.
Avenue here, the dangerous.
And then I worked at a TV station.
A sharp turn into the neighborhood.
As like everything production guy.
It's hard to say.
Anything behind the camera, I did.
We'll find out if he goes down the wrong road and doesn't realize it. But at this point, the ground units have pulled back once again.
Wrestling photographer. I never. No, I was not a wrestling photographer. I was a photographer.
Not quite so familiar.
You're talking about Cornette.
Yeah.
When I was involved in wrestling, I started out refereeing.
Maybe it was going in too deep.
And then I did ring announcing because I was on the radio.
And
then I managed my 2 best friends because they were professional wrestlers.
So here he is on. It's interesting to see.
Young and dangerous.
Now that there are no more.
Long before the Young Bucks, there was Young and Dangerous.
Units behind him. You would hope that it would change the behavior, but obviously, it hasn't much.
Jason the
because
Breed
here we are on the,
Creed.
other side
Hard
of the
to
road,
handle Jesse
on the
London.
opposite side of the road as he's trying to make his way past the traffic and, you know, through intersections, and it's just
Got about 10 minutes.
nerve-wracking
and
to
then we have
watch
to go.
him go through
Breed
these
was the
neighborhoods
dumbest name. I always told him that.
and see him, you know, driving on the opposite side of the road and making these erratic turns like he is right here, where it's actually a stoplight.
Boy, difficult conditions for sure. Jefferson Boulevard here. They're saying they're calling it northbound on Jefferson and into some heavier traffic. But yeah, definitely desperate, trying to go against traffic on that small side street.
Oh yeah, that's what
coming across some.
Bagheera said must be a Democrat driver, and I'm like, whoa, he's done a really good job.
On that island, we got heavy traffic up ahead. It'll come out to a wide shot so you see what he's facing. He's got drivers oncoming there. He's got a car in the.
Has he been reckless?
Nope.
Yes.
Go right around and continue in that double yellow and back out again wide. A signal. He's going to blow through that heavy traffic there. He's going to decide to.
But the fact that he hasn't wrecked it up to this point, and the tires are still on it.
But not with their lights and sirens.
He's hit a
So
few
they're
things.
close by.
He's got a
but
few
not,
dicks and
officially,
dings.
in
Dicks
that
and
pursuit
dings.
mode. They're in this tracking mode, but close by.
And the driver, if you notice the right side of the car we saw a few moments ago, scratched and dented considerably.
Also, for those of you who don't know, yesterday about this time,
so many
the president tested positive for COVID.
If he,
so we have been on
a few other civilian cars along the way. You can see that right front door there is dented pretty considerably. How it happened again, we don't know, but the driver clearly desperate to get away, and so much so that he's threading the needle to the point where he may well have hit other cars on a number of instances. The sheriff's deputies here, again, backing off a bit, trying to keep this driver from moving into the 60, 70 mile an hour range. Their lights and sirens are off, but again,
here's the thing.
Of times we've seen this driver blow through stop signs and red lights and intersections at relatively high speeds.
You get the conclusion of the chase after the Republican National Convention. The countdown up on the screen.
The Wall Street Journal has reported today that Americans' incomes have gone down 3 straight years.
Inflation at a 40-year high under Biden presidency.
Putting up with this anymore. Putting up with what? I am
I mean, you want to start with a good clip package. Who's amazed Vince McMahon isn't speaking tonight?
Fentanyl deaths fueled by Biden's open border quadruple.
Under Biden, the number of illegals that have entered the U.S. is greater than the population of 40 of our states.
See, you're needy.
Leaves 13 service
You're needy. Why was gay not a permitted term?
Prevailing view among Americans is that U.S. influence in the world is weakening.
You know, it may have reset my permitted terms when I got suspended. So we may have to retrain it.
Nearly 70% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
That's possible, or they just got somebody like me on Fiverr. They don't know. They didn't. They weren't told, like, you know, tone to do, and like it's all mismatched and shit. 'Cause you're just getting amateurs on Fiverr. That's probably it. How do I like Scrooble?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Republican
I once
National
licked the dude's
Committee,
foot for 20
of North Carolina.
Good evening. As we prepare to open our final session for the 2024 Republican National Committee, I feel compelled to note this has been a pretty awesome convention.
I do not have a foot fetish.
We've heard from governors, senators, members of Congress.
I did not see the Trump bat signal.
And leaders from across our great party. We've heard from real Americans who've shared their stories of loss and heartbreak, of their bravery and their vision for a better America. We've heard from the Trump family, Donald Trump Jr., Laura and Tiffany.
Fuck, that was hilarious.
Almost as good as the president's granddaughter, Kai. And we've heard from the next vice president of the United States, Senator J.
Oh yeah, that's the theme, making America great once again. That's right. I thought you were just stupid and
I also feel compelled to note once again that it is a miracle that we are here tonight. The fact that Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania just days ago and is here tonight to accept his nomination is proof that we are all protected by the hand of a mighty God. We have a lot of work to
I like you, Bagheera.
Tomorrow, we will all go back to
I like
our
you a lot,
respective
man.
states
Please stay with us.
and get
Meg
to this election. But first,
Happy day, Princess Kimberly. Did I tell you good evening?
Are you ready?
I am not ready for this.
Are you ready to hear from the man who has the vision and strength to make America?
Bagheera with the stuff. Oh, DJ Dub giving it out to him. Hell yeah, thank you, DJ Dub.
America safe again. To make America strong.
Just pointing, like, I don't ever promote myself. I do a bad job of it.
America great again.
But just pointing it out.
Ready to hear from the next president of the United States.
I don't even remember what I was going to say.
On the road.
Nathan, good evening.
Open the final session of the 2024 Republican National Committee.
Offering today's invocation.
I was going to try to plug myself, but I don't even remember now.
Iowa. Delegate at
Not like with a butt plug or something.
Good evening. If you bungle raising your children, nothing much matters. Jackie Kennedy's words speak louder today than when she said them over 60 years ago.
BG James?
And this is why we gather.
Oh, BJ James.
Historic occasion.
BJ James.
We as parents and grandparents would move heaven and earth
BJ James.
to protect our children and the opportunities that a strong, free America offers them. Raising our children is the single most important job we have, which is why we dedicate endless
Billie Jean
hours
James.
organizing, volunteering, and advocating on behalf of President Trump. We owe it to our children to give them the kind of America we all remember growing up in, the proud, patriotic, and safe America that President Trump wants for all of us. Thank you.
I've totally failed at raising my children.
At home every night when we finish our prayers, with the prayer to Saint Michael.
Auntie, did I tell you good evening?
All the children, our grassroots warriors, our country, and President Trump and his family.
Trying to keep this up while being a fucking stoner.
Boys, JJ,
More and more people being in the chat
and
is
God
going to be
bless you,
hard.
Kevin. And President Trump, Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruins of souls. Amen, and God bless President Trump.
Oh, this was the benediction, wasn't it? He wasn't a speaker. This was the
presentation of
prayer.
colors. The colors are presented by Veterans for the Flag Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Right, left, right, left, right, all left,
Children!
all left,
Children in the chat!
left, right, all left,
He's got a gun!
right, left, right, color guard.
Secret Service, do your job.
Time, mark, detail, halt. Left, peace.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem.
Halt.
Really is like
Please welcome
Proud Boy
Kate
uniforms, isn't
Guidarini
it?
to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the
Mark
pledge.
Zuckerberg looking motherfucker.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic.
American flag ear bandages.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. And may God bless our great nation.
Oh, we're well on our way to 69 subs on Twitch.
Please welcome award-winning international singer, Mary Milburn.
That's what I was going to say. We've got a goal of 69 subs on Twitch. And we're well on our way. Hey, girl. Kind of look like Oprah. Is that racist? No, because she kind of looks like Oprah, doesn't she? Yeah, it's racist of me. She looks like, who is she?
So proudly we have the triumphs past
Well, this is a low bar. Mary Milbean. Mary Milben. Not even that good, and you guys are like, she's a better singer than the drunk girl. Riding in England. Where are you fucks riding over? It's like midnight there. The Brits don't ride after 7 p.m. And they only riot for soccer. It's totally a soccer game, isn't it? Warlord, what time is midnight?
Oh, America, it is the greatest country in the world. I said America, it is the greatest country in the world.
It was soccer, wasn't it? Yeah, you weren't riding over anything fun. Holiday. Nathan, you're gonna need it for tonight. If it's fucking soccer, that much of a riot. It's Johnny Fever at the RNC. What the hell? Don't tempt me, babe. No, we're raw dogging it clinically. No wrapping it up. Did I run off the lady from earlier? I think it was a lady. Because it was something lesbianism. Talking about how I like the raw dogs. I'm sorry. So, if your kink is raw dogging strangers, and you meet strangers that are also okay with raw dogging strangers, that's just how it be. Yes, I know the risks. I hooked up with this dude, and he was like the head of some outreach program and blah 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 to try to get people on PrEP. And he like gave me a whole lecture before, you know, we raw dogged.
Left, right, all left, hold left, right.
They're like, finally is the last fucking night of this shit.
Left, right, all left, hold left, right, left.
No, Nathan, that's not how this song usually goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee.
She added like a few verses that aren't even there. Who the hell is this guy?
Wow, how about that national anthem sung by Mary Milburn? I'm U.S. Senator
usually Torchy.
And I represent the great state of Montana, right over there. You know, when I was a kid growing up in Montana,
I feel like this dude has somebody locked up in his basement.
Taught me an important lesson, and that is to have a thankful heart, to count your blessings. So this morning, as I was headed down to breakfast, I thanked God for my sweet wife, Cindy, of 37 years. I thanked God for our 4 children and their spouses. I thanked God for our 6 grandchildren. And then I thank God that in 6 months, Joe Biden will no longer be president of the United States. Now think about this moment we're in here this evening. It was just 5 days ago. We were a quarter-inch away from having a memorial service instead of a nominating convention. And we thank God here tonight for protecting President Trump.
Coming up, Linda McMahon.
But we have
I predicted Vince, but we got Linda.
Going forward, we must fight, fight, fight. And I will tell you, as chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, I'm working with President Trump to win the Senate majority and to fire Chuck Schumer.
Like the father of Charlie Kirk and Matt Gaetz.
Back in early 2023.
Oh, they threw Unity out the window a long time ago.
At Mar-a-Lago.
Shelley, good evening.
We agreed our highest priority.
Yes, Trump did call his family.
Electing an America First Senate majority that has his back. Senators that will stand with
I think that
President
might have happened
Trump.
on Tuesday.
And tonight, I want
Probably
to speak
because the
directly
story
to the
was getting
voters
out of hand.
of West Virginia, of Montana, of Ohio, of Pennsylvania, of Nevada, of Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona,
Lou Dobbs died?
and New Mexico.
No fucking way.
Why? Because you're
I feel like we were still watching Lou Dobbs clips. Like just a couple weeks ago, we watched a Lou Dobbs clip.
they talk like moderates, but they vote like radicals. You know, they say they're with you, but they vote with Joe Biden. Never forget, these liberals
Lou Dobbs
voted to
dies at 78.
President Trump twice.
Lou Dobbs, a conservative political commentator who hosted Lou Dobbs Tonight on CNN and Fox Business Network, has died. It's with a heavy heart that we announce the passing of the great Lou. Lou was a fighter till the very end, fighting for what mattered to him the most, God. Former President Donald Trump earlier announced Dobbs' passing on his Truth Social account. Dobbs began working for CNN at its inception in 1980. Most recently, he had hosted The Great American Show on iHeartRadio and his personal website. Was he not on Fox Business still?
An America First majority.
Oh, he got canceled in 2021.
Baby drill.
Who am I thinking of that's still on? Stuart Varney, that's who I'm thinking of.
Senators want to take away your Second Amendment rights.
You can forgive me for getting Stuart Varney
in
and
Montana.
Lou Dobbs mixed up.
America First majority will
Dobbs became known for his freaking on-air commentary on the dangers of illegal immigration, drawing criticism from groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center and Media Matters. He sparked further controversy by repeatedly discussing the birther conspiracy against former President Barack Obama and the false notion that Obama was not born in the United States. He left CNN in 2009, later joined Fox Business Network. Dobbs was a strong supporter of Trump's campaign and presidency, the former president frequently holding interviews on his TV and radio programs.
These liberal senators stood with
He wasn't a casualty. He knew what he was doing.
An America First majority is going to stand with Israel.
This guy's in the Senate? That's scary.
These liberal senators want boys in girls' sports. I'm the father of 2 daughters. They want men in your daughter's and my daughter's locker room.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And you know, they can't even define what a woman is.
Someone with predominantly feminine traits.
I'll tell you something. Back in Montana, we know the difference.
You spend all your time asking what a woman is. You don't spend all your time asking how a woman is.
We must replace these liberal senators with great Republican leaders like Jim Justice and Baby Dog in West Virginia. Like Tim Sheehy in Montana. Like Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Like Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania.
Oh, Torgy, did you miss Baby Dog?
Like Sam Brown in Nevada.
I liked that Warlord flipped out because I called her Baby Dog. And Warlord was like, that's no Baby Dog.
Right here in Wisconsin.
Oh, that's the dog's name. God damn it. Matter, what the hell?
Nella Domenici in New Mexico.
Well, don't be calling people subhumans.
Arizona. We must elect an America First Senate majority that will stand
You're welcome.
with President Donald J. Trump.
I hope your tummy feels better.
The left-wing billionaires are massively outspending us. That's what's keeping me up at night. And we need your help. You can go to
Vermin. Ah, fuck.
Senate24.com.
Though Vermin evokes a warm feeling for me because, you know, I love Vermin Supreme.
Because together, We're going to win back the Senate. We're going to grab that gavel out of Schumer's hands. We're going to deliver a historic victory for President Trump, and we're going to make America great again. God bless you.
Wait a minute, did you really unmod yourself? What if I want you back in duty? I can't make you wear a badge. ACAB! ACAB! ROCK, the USA. And they played this the first night. The music was much better the first night. This is Washington Post. Oh, this is Washington Post coming on. Here we go.
The coronation of Donald Trump at the top of the Republican ticket on this fourth and final night of the Republican National Convention.
Oh my God.
All eyes are on the
Tucker Carlson, Hulk Hogan,
coverage.
Dana White,
this convention in
Linda McMahon,
energy and confidence. Polling suggests Trump is leading President Joe Biden in key swing states, and you can feel that confidence and energy here, tinged with emotion after the recent attempt on Trump's life. Tonight's theme is Make
It's
America
been
Great.
one chud after another.
Include Tucker Carlson, Eric Trump, and Franklin.
They might as well call it the parade of chuds.
Wrestler Hulk Hogan and the head of
Yeah, Hogan should at least be funny.
as well as Kid Rock. It all leads up to Trump
Wait, Kid Rock?
making the case that he should go back to the White House. I'm joined now by senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin and columnist James Homan. We are live in the Fiserv Forum.
Go up!
Night 4 of the Republican National Convention. Rhonda, tell us about what to expect tonight.
Well, I think this is just the culmination of us. What we have observed this week is that this party...
Well, see, that's the cool thing about being in front of the Republican crowd. He doesn't have to worry about saying the N-word.
with energy in this room. And outside...
The bonus.
My microphone.
Right, it is loud. I mean, this is a party scene. And I've also noticed outside of the arena, there are a lot more people than I've seen in the preceding days. The energy is high. They want to end this, what they think has been a very successful convention, on a high note, and they believe that it will once they hear from their man. I know from sources and on background that Trump said that he ripped up his speech and he wrote it personally. And he is going to really talk about his biography. It may not be high on policy, but it's going to be all about him. And again, this is the first time that we are hearing from him verbally in a more words about what happened during the assassination attempt. So this is a night that I think everybody in this room is waiting to hear from Donald Trump.
James?
This is Trump's party, and it's Trump's night. The first 3 nights, we heard a lot of career politicians. They're going to dispense with them pretty early in the evening. It's part of a broader effort to sort of sandblast Trump's public image. We've heard family, friends, former staff.
We listened to Jesse talk about something the other day.
Present Trump here as sort of tough on the outside but soft on the inside, and they're trying to do both things and thread that needle. Tonight is sort of...
Well, Shelley, I mean, their policy of kicking out immigrants, that's pretty much the only policy they've had.
Folks tonight, like Hulk Hogan.
Everything else has been...
Like if you're not over the age of, I don't know, 40, you might not even know who that is. UFC CEO. I mean, this is like...
I feel like people under 40 know who Hulk Hogan is because of...
Walkout song, and this definitely feels like it's a man's night. I mean, they are going...
Because of the reality show.
Testosterone. They're going for energy.
Yeah, we've heard...
All right, here we go.
Fight. I guess that is...
My name is Richard Hudson, and I'm a congressman from North Carolina. Great to see my North Carolina folks over here.
Yeah, he had a reality show, and then Brooke had a reality show in like the early 2010s.
Wife Renee, who worked 4 years in the Trump White House, she's here with us tonight.
I feel like all the 30-year-olds know at least who they are.
I love you too, AJ. I also want to acknowledge my son Lane, who's at home watching us on TV.
You think Hogan wanted to be the VP?
God above, who redeemed this center.
Listen, Trump, brother.
Saved President Donald Trump's life.
You want to go all the way to the White House? You need 24-inch pythons. Tell you something, Trump.
Now, my job as NRCC chairman is to grow the House majority. But in my district in North Carolina,
they've all been pretty creepy.
Fort Bragg, home of the airborne and special forces. The men and women there, the men and women at Fort Bragg are willing to give their lives for the flag. And if they make that ultimate sacrifice,
yeah, it was Till who funded the whole thing. You're right, DJ Dub.
Accompanies them home on that final journey. They deserve a commander-in-chief.
Peter Till used Hulk Hogan's cock to kill Gawker.
Service. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is that commander-in-chief. You see, Donald Trump loves America. He literally embraces the flag.
Oh, my God.
But extreme Democrats, they'll burn it in the
That
streets
was
and on college campuses. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they stand with those flag burners because they want to rule over you. But House Republicans, we stand with President Trump. We stand for America, and we stand up for the flag. Because House Republicans understand we don't rule over you. We work for you. In just the last 2 years, House Republicans have passed an historic border security bill that would lock down Biden's open border. We passed legislation to unleash energy production and lower cost. We passed legislation to remove woke indoctrination from our military. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights because we think parents ought to make decisions about how their children are educated.
Mitochondria over on the YouTube.
And we impeach Biden.
Don't forget to smash that like button over on the YouTube.
But Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer killed those bills and blocked any
coleslaw is awesome
for the American people. For the last 2 years, House Republicans have fought alone. Ladies and gentlemen, we need backup. To save America, we need to grow our majority. And we need President Donald Trump back in the White House. A Republican House is also essential to ensuring Donald Trump's success as our president.
I don't think Biden's going to be the top of the ticket.
Can you
guys.
imagine what Nancy Pelosi's protege, Hakeem Jeffries...
Holy shit, Jamie Raskin just came out.
...to undermine Donald Trump.
And said that Biden should step aside.
If Democrats
he's not going to be the nominee.
Every tax cut, budget, border bill, and crime bill that he proposes. They'll hold sham investigations and hearings to bog down his agenda. They'll impeach him for doing his job. But we're not going to let that happen. Together, a Republican...
The New York Times is reporting that several people close to President Biden said they believe that he has begun to accept the idea that he may not be able to win in November and may have to drop out of the race. Four people all described the situation as extremely delicate and spoke on the condition of anonymity to avoid offending the president. One of the people warned that Mr. Biden had not reached a decision after 3 weeks of insisting that he would continue his campaign. But another said that reality is setting in and that it wouldn't be a surprise if Mr. Biden were to soon announce that he endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris as his replacement. Biden's support from donors is said to be plunging.
Majority will make Donald Trump's second term even more successful than his first. So let me ask you, let me hear from you.
Well, we're not listening to this guy.
Who can we count on to return us to unprecedented...
More unnamed sources, though, as well. If Harris is the top of the ticket, the logical pick for vice president is Steve Beshear.
Border and safer neighborhoods. Absolutely right.
Popular governor in a Republican state.
Let's elect
Southern white man.
Let's grow our House Republican majority.
Balances out the scary black woman from California. Southern white man from Kentucky.
Trump, and God bless America. Thank you.
Oh, did I say Andy Bashir?
Welcome, American business.
Steve Bashir was his dad, and he was governor when I lived in Kentucky. Andy Bashir. I do that a lot, and I apologize.
Good evening. My name.
Josh Shapiro would be good from Pennsylvania, but that is a state. That is a state that could go Republican if you grab a governor, and he's in his first term.
And determination.
Bashir is in his last term.
On a dairy farm in Wisconsin. I was one of 9
But
girls.
Shapiro has a bright future.
I dreamed of moving to the city and wearing a blue suit. But at the age of 17, I became pregnant. That was not part of my plan. But I truly believe that every
I sure could go for some cobbler right now.
from God. And I give thanks every day for.
I thought it was Leela for a second.
As a single mom, I worked 2 jobs to pay the bills.
I thought fucking Peggy Bundy was walking out
My
here.
passion in the field of real estate, which is still my passion. When I met my husband Ken,
Brother, do you fucking have you ever had a cobbler?
we saw an opportunity and a need to develop a distribution chain. And we risked everything we had to start that company.
Yeah, being president previously and termed out
Supply employs over 22,000
kind of defeats the purpose of having a vice presidential.
We are the largest.
Live in Ohio, not right. You think they don't have cobbler in Russia? Is that racist?
But what's even more,
Fucking Ruskies don't know what a cobbler
we
is.
are creating these
Or
jobs.
is that like an American dish and nobody else knows? Fucking, hey Warlord, you know what a cobbler is, don't you? That's not an American dish.
I lost my husband 16
That seems
years
British
ago.
as fuck.
It was the toughest time in my life.
Also, hell yeah, Torchy, I'd love to eat your
7
cobbler.
children to be my
Like
support.
a peach cobbler or a blueberry cobbler.
But I had to decide whether to fight or fold.
In Mother Russia, peach cobble to you.
Since then, I've quadrupled the size of our companies. And to my surprise, I was recently just recognized as the most successful self-made woman in American history.
Fucking peach cobbler. It's a lot more delectable than this lady.
You aspiring entrepreneurs out there, if I can make it, you can make it too.
I don't even know who you are.
Story as a teenage mom without a college degree was only possible
It only repairs shoes.
to be born in the
You've never eaten a cobbler. Like the best of all the desserts.
The American dream is under
Yeah, it tastes good, so you wouldn't have it in Britain.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took over the offices. Prices have
I'm pretty sure I could probably find a fucking Gordon Ramsay making a cobbler.
Entrepreneurs can't afford to take out a loan at 7, 10, 15% interest. Regulations have surged, and the administration is proposing.
Oh, you call it a crumble.
Tax increases. I know how hard it is to build a company.
That's what it is. You call it a crumble.
And we need a president who understands that too. We need a builder back in the White House.
Did I just blow Warlord's mind?
Someone who will cut the job-killing regulations, lower taxes on working families.
What's the difference in a cobbler and a crisp?
Back to the American people.
Why are you calling me an idiot? You didn't know that a cobbler was a
It's easy
crumble?
to quit, and it's very hard to win. President Trump is not a quitter.
Oats.
He's a fighter, and I am confident that if we do all of our part,
No, I know American goddamn English.
we'll win, right?
That's what it says on the front of the book, American goddamn English.
America over the next 4 years. Thank you.
Oh, oats and brown sugar. Ooh, yeah, that's good too. That's good too.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Diane Evans, volunteer and Republican Executive Committee woman from Palm Beach, Florida.
Oh, I thought you were just saying oats for no reason, Torchy. I was like, oats.
Hello, Milwaukee. My name is.
That's probably where it came from. Yes, DJ Dub.
Here with more than 1,000 hours working for the Trump campaign since last year.
You want to look up the etymology of cobbler?
5 years ago, I'd have said you're crazy. But here I am, and I'm very excited to re-elect Donald Trump as President of the United States this November. I've never spoken at a convention before.
One who mends shoes of uncertain origin.
But I
it and cobble evidently go together etymologically. The historical record presents some difficulties. The cobbler should stick to his last is from the anecdote of Greek painter
Apelles. I got involved as a volunteer. I was busy raising
the
my
second
family,
usage is a deep dish fruit pie with thick scone-like crust.
And
see, I knew it was English.
Moms are busy people.
Oh, it's American English.
When it came to politics, I always figured let everybody else take.
So apparently it's related to wooden bowl or dish. You might have cobbled out a dish.
Happened. After that, you better believe I got involved.
British colony.
I joined my local Republican
It
executive
is apparently
committee.
related to cobblestone.
And when Trump headquarters asked for a volunteer to help with office staff, I started showing.
See, we learn here on this
They
show.
needed me, or if they didn't need me, I showed up anyway.
Sounds annoying.
I showed up once a week and did little things like refilling coffee creamers, anything that they needed, even taking out the garbage. And now I'm helping to take out the garbage at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. As long as I can remember, these politicians have said what they think we want to hear, then they do just what the hell they want. And Joe Biden has been the worst offender for the last 50 years. President Trump is different. I knew he would get things done for the American people, and he did. He isn't part of the swamp. He's going to drain the swamp. The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to stop him. We can't rest for a minute. If you're not sure how to get involved, reach out to your local Republican Party. And most important, get out and vote Republican on November 5th. Tell 20 people to tell 20 people to vote. That's how we can get our landslide. And they can't cheat or rig their way out of a landslide. I know that together we can win. We can all
They're
take
the
out
ones
the
that tried to
in
cheat.
Washington, D.C. And we can make America great again. God bless President Trump, and God bless Team Trump, and thank you so much. I'll see you all out there.
In America. right, get ready for Linda McMahon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 25th Administrator of the United States Small Business Administration, Linda McMahon.
Sickening woman.
Thank you. Well, hello, Milwaukee, and good evening, America.
In relation to Ed.
To say hello to my fellow delegates from Connecticut.
Kind of looks like him.
My name is Linda McMahon, and I am the chair of the America First Policy Institute.
America First Policy Institute.
One of the few people who's been privileged to call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also a friend. Let me share a little story that's probably not the typical Donald Trump story. I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago, and as he welcomed me...
He might be a sex pest too. I wouldn't put it past her.
Ran up to him. He scooped her up with delight and asked her, "Who's the most beautiful girl in the world?" And she said, "Me." Then he asked, "And who do you love the most in the world?" And she said, "You, Grandpa." And he kissed her on both cheeks. Then she whisked off his hat and mussed his hair. And he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given. I first met Donald Trump when I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment.
Because they've got some sort of fucking agreement.
He became part of some of the most compelling and highest rated storylines in the company's history.
Josephus.
And when he became president, I was honored to serve in his cabinet running the Small Business Administration. I traveled the country talking to business owners and job creators. They knew they had a president who understood them and fought for them. He knew that small businesses are the engine of the American economy, and the Trump tax cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them. Almost every business owner I spoke with was using their tax savings to grow their businesses. And ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing. But at no moment during my time in the government was more poignant for me than one that happened in 2018.
You lost your Senate race?
The president to view the destruction which Hurricane Florence had levied on my hometown of New Bern, North Carolina. I stepped off of Air Force One and walked side by side with the President of the United States through the hangar where my father had been a shop foreman and my mom had been a budget analyst. I watched Donald Trump walk through neighborhoods.
Her and Vince both are originally from North Carolina.
Suffered such great damages. Because he was a builder, he talked to them about what it would take to rebuild, what kind of materials they should use. And he didn't just show a personal interest, he was one of them. But now Joe Biden and the Democrats want to penalize small businesses again by hiking their taxes. But when he's reelected, Donald Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. And he will also
coming up, Hulk Hogan.
Cuts like no taxes on tips. Instead of
I like that. I got no problem with it other than like we shouldn't have tips.
Tariffs on China that raised billions of dollars and protected American industries. And if reelected,
or if you're going to be in some service industry like that, you should have a base wage and still be allowed to collect tips.
President Trump is a job creator and the best friend American workers have ever had in the White House. He is a champion of the forgotten men and women.
I just watched that match the other day, Minty.
Experienced firsthand. But the media doesn't like to acknowledge that very often. Donald Trump is not only a fighter.
I would assume he's going to come out to real American.
Good man.
When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside.
He has the heart of a lion and the soul of a warrior. And I believe that if necessary, he would stand at the gates of hell to defend our country.
He's gonna stand at the gates of hell, all right.
Country,
if there is a hell.
Anything to defend it and to protect us from all harm. I am confident that he will make America great again. And why? Because he did it before. So I ask all of you here tonight, and those of you who are watching from home, to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you, and good night.
Everywhere you look, the Trump economy crushes the Biden economy. Gas prices, they were low under President Trump, then skyrocketed under Biden. And credit card fees have increased 50% under Biden. Grocery store prices, everything from meats and vegetables to apples, now astronomical under Biden. Take-home pay, up $6,000 under President Trump. Under Biden, Americans' income has gone down 3 straight years. Mortgage rates, low under President Trump. Now they're
in terms of choosing Republican
and personal and retirement investments.
What do you mean by that
under Trump
statement?
Under Biden, your investments fell.
What are your interests in terms of choosing Republican?
President Trump, he'll make America's economy strong again.
Do you think we're covering the RNC because we're Republicans? Are you reeling in the years? These chuckle fucks were walking out. Coming up, Tucker Carlson, Hulk Hogan, Dana White, and of course capped off by Donald Trump. We're the left around here. We like to toke and get woke. Let's go back over to the Washington Post.
She's talking about Trump.
Dana White is the president of the UFC.
He was not a small businessman, and there are small businesses that actually have tried to file lawsuits.
He's the bald dude, and he also has a show called Power Slap.
There's been a lot of criticism of his business dealings over the decades, but she's portraying him in this light that's supposed to be sort of the mom-pop business, even though she is admitting and she's saying with pride that they want to continue.
Dana actually had a disdain
Trump tax cut, something that will play with the
for wrestling.
Is tax cut just
but now adopting many of the wrestling tricks
I think it is.
actually helped to
People are saying the economy
propel UFC to the juggernaut that it is today.
that inflation,
Nathan is correct. There is no party on the left.
personal finances. That's always
who are those tax cuts for?
right.
is
But
the big
even just
question.
hearing
tax cuts.
Besides the woke nonsense.
He's outside the Pfizer forum talking to delegates. Jorge?
Hey, Libby, yeah, so I'm here with P. Ray. P. Ray is an alternate delegate from Illinois. And
I don't think woke exists, my friend. I think it's a catch-all term that right-wingers use for just to describe
and patriotic.
just to describe their opposition in a pejorative term.
About God and spirituality, because he keeps illustrating God's grace.
Jam. What's up, my friend?
Blessed and highly favored, because everything that they throw at him doesn't stick. He's like,
I wouldn't say everything wrong in the world. Capitalism does not cause cancer.
And I think he's going to.
Well, hold on, fuck.
Kind of boast to his enemies.
So one of the things,
but it's true. It doesn't. It is not the root cause of cancer.
Messaging of unifying, especially in light of what happened on Saturday.
But boy, does it exacerbate it, make it harder to treat.
Shy away from that kind of rhetoric.
I think he's going to.
I mean, cancer. Absent capitalism, cancer would still exist.
But I don't think that President Trump is interested in uniting with
However,
the left. I don't think
capitalism sure does want to pump you full of carcinogenics that cause cancer.
the Democratic Party has always
Block your ability to be able to treat that cancer.
This is
Charge you an arm and a leg when you
the
can.
United States in order to achieve
Do everything to block research into the cancer.
with that at all.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Democrats.
Science grapes? I would love science grapes.
You're from Chicago.
Are you talking about like seedless grapes?
So in a month there's the DNC in August.
Oh, you're smoking weed. Yeah, let me get there with you.
Possibly dropping out. As a Republican, would you like to run against Joe Biden? Does it matter to you if it's not Joe Biden? What do you think it means if someone else is running in place of him in a month?
I think that, one, it will be disrespectful to the voters who voted and participated in the primaries to get him into that position.
I like how a holiday referred to capitalism as a
top anything that President
disease to be cured.
They don't have anybody in the wings who can beat him, who has his charisma, who can show the success that he has shown, and it doesn't matter. The Democrats are over. Chicago is MAGA country, baby.
All right. Be ready. Thanks very much.
You just said Chicago is MAGA country, baby.
All right, thank you so much, Jorge. While you were talking to P. Ray, we were soaking up the sights and sounds here. There is so much energy in here, as you totally expect for the nominating night, right? The big night where your nominee accepts that mantle. Also,
hey, I want to pose a question to you, chat. Apparently, there is an uproar over the fact that MSNBC sent two correspondents
the question is, how does this
to the convention, but unlike the Washington Post, MSNBC's coverage is not anchored from the convention. But Rachel Maddow and Chris Hayes and shit, they're sitting in the studio in New York, and they have their desks behind a green screened view of the floor of the convention, as if they're sitting up in the press booth, like right here, like the way Washington Post is.
Like CPAC felt 10 years ago, the conservative political.
And apparently, Fox News wrote a whole fucking article on it and shit.
It's that same energy and that same ilk gone 100%.
I don't see any issue with it.
Republican Party.
But there are like people saying that it's deceptive to make people think that you're there at the convention.
We know who delegates are.
But they literally said when they coming to you from New York.
Party. This is almost like a vacation for most.
It does happen all the time. Mike Pompeo lost a little weight. I love that they're playing over him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 70th United States Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong screen. That's why. I was like, the band's playing over him.
Good evening.
That's funny.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. It's great to be with you. A special shout out to Kansas over there.
Carpe Pax. He has lost some weight.
You know, I had the incredible privilege to serve as President Trump's CIA director and Secretary of State.
Ozenpec.
It was my greatest honor to work with him every single day.
Who just caught me about ready to say it correctly and catching myself and saying it incorrectly?
Now, you all are paying attention. So you know what the Trump administration achieved, but it's worth going through a few of these accomplishments. Let's start with this. There were no new American wars.
I hear that a lot.
Our border, our southern border, closed.
Yemeni people might disagree. The southern border is not open now.
Like a long time ago, but when we took office,
yeah, we're still not in a war.
It's being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate.
Matter of fact, we're in less wars now.
And you know, here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either.
He had like fucking ball surgery or something.
For those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021,
nobody cares.
The Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated like the friend and ally that they need to be.
I'm only 40 and I look a lot older.
Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted.
Oh, he's a hardcore Zionist.
We'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan, and not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years.
I'm sure the Chinese did something.
A Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so.
The balloon was a fun time.
Under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country, we confronted it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short, we
bring back
America
the balloon
first every single day. "42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handlers, what have they delivered to us for security and prosperity? Almost nothing. Let's start with this. You saw some of them last night. 13 new Gold Star families from Afghanistan.
I mean, it's not like they call it a spy balloon.
Served in Afghanistan.
But it's not like fucking China had to know like we knew.
Incompetent pullout from that country.
It wasn't being very sneaky.
To those of you who served there, know this. Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you. Bless each and every one of you.
To chill them my spine. The Pompeos love me. Ugh.
Every one of you has served in uniform, and the families of those you deserve a president who will not check his watch while he is honoring our fallen brothers.
Yeah, I don't know what the balloons were about. I don't even know if I believe they're Chinese.
And of course, it was that very weakness.
And if they are, were they to spy on us?
Ukraine.
Were they some experiment and they just got loose?
A children's hospital bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be. And now, of course, a second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime. Contrast that.
Well, to be fair, Biden doesn't talk about much of anything.
President Trump sent me to North Korea to bring home 3 American pastors. We brought them home. Along with dozens of other hostages, and we did so without paying 1 single penny to the terrorists. And what about Iran today? When Joe Biden eased up on President Trump's
cold, hard
campaign,
bills.
We gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal maniacs who conducted barbaric attacks in Israel.
Surely not, DJ Dub. No, he's been president. They'll escort him everywhere. He doesn't get a job anymore.
Our southern border is a welcome mat. It's a welcome mat for Islamist terrorists, drug dealers, Chinese spies, and violent criminals.
Bill probably hasn't driven a car since the 80s.
President Biden sold out our citizens and our security and our sovereignty, and we need to get it back, and I am confident that we will get it back.
Because he's going to be under constant security detail. Presidents don't get a drive. George W. ain't out here driving.
Top diplomat. I saw
out here painting
how the world always looks to our nation as the unrivaled example of.
Also, isn't that wild? Like. George W. not at any of the Republican conventions.
The global stage. Maybe I should say he shuffles the global stage. He talks a big game about American values. But what's he done at home? What's he shown the world? What have he and his leftist base actually shown other nations? He's censored free speech here at home. He's put woke into the military that I and you so desperately
woke.
We must reclaim it. He put it in our schools as well. He's weaponized the justice system against our political opponents. And even to this day, as
I had heard rumblings that Jeb might be a possible VP consideration. I was like,
providing appeasement to the pro-Hamas radicals on our streets here inside the United States.
the one you got to keep your eye on, what is it, John P. Bush?
Treats illegals better than our own citizens. That is indecent. And the entire administration...
Jeb.
The entire administration has failed.
Yeah, I did the please clap thing to my buddy the other day. He had no clue what I was talking about. I was like, well, back in 2016.
3 a.m. phone call. Indeed, he won't take a phone call after about 4 p.m.
I usually don't take phone calls after 4 p.m. either.
It's really simple. We can't trust the Biden administration, and that means we have work to do.
No, not yet, Battle Opossum. You missed Linda McMahon, though.
Us in the room tonight, and those of you watching tonight.
Yeah, Battle Opossum. Be sure to put us on.
I saw it first.
This is the big night. This is Trump. This is Eric Trump.
First.
You get Tucker Carlson. You get Dana White. Hulk Hogan. It's a star-studded event tonight.
What's right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed.
They're getting the wonks out of the way. It's all the big guns here, probably after 8 o'clock.
And when we do, we will put a strong America First leader back in the White House. We'll re-elect Donald J. Trump, and we will make America special, exceptional, and of course, great again. Thank you. God bless you. God bless
Lagoa
and the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
He's been shitting his guts out.
Sewell from Michigan.
Wait, who's this guy?
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor at 180 Church.
Pastor Lorenzo Sewell.
Month to have President Donald Trump come to Detroit, Michigan. Let's go!
That motherfucker is gay.
Can you imagine it? Can you imagine President
Can I imagine you taking a dick? Yes. DJ Dub.
Like me.
Why are you not a mod anymore?
On the east side of Detroit. I was mentored by murderers. I was a student of the street. But I had a radical experience with Jesus Christ that changed my life forever. Come on, if you believe that Jesus still changed lives, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory. President Trump came to a church that is in a Democratic stronghold. He came to a church to listen to average, everyday Americans like you and like me. He came to a church not to speak to us, but to listen to us. He came into a church, and a lot of people, they were upset. A lot of people, they would.
I have issued DJ Dub a warning.
Allow Donald Trump to come into your church. How many know that the Bible says we are all sinners and we all need the grace of God? How many know that the Bible says, he who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone? President Donald Trump, he came during his birthday weekend. Let me ask you.
Anyway, everybody agrees with me. This guy's in the closet, right?
What would you do for your birthday if you were worth $6.7 billion? What would you do for your birthday? Would you come to Detroit? Would you come into the hood?
The hood.
Because he cares about average, everyday Americans.
Oh, the times are off because this is Central Time.
What would you ask for your birthday? If you could go to Mar-a-Lago or if you could go to New York, what would you ask for your birthday? He asked for prayer.
Don't leave, Battle Opossum.
I believe that.
Yeah, Magoa Carpe. So we've got a right winger that came into the chat, and he said Magoa.
Jesus changes.
And I laughed because I thought like he was just dumb and misspelled MAGA. But that's actually the theme of the convention is make America great once again.
And when we prayed,
it's a mouthful. I forgot that was the thing, right? So I was mocking the dude, but like I'm the stupid one.
There would be
that was funny, Magoa.
By a millimeter. Only God knew that if we
there is a satire headline going around about there being outages at the RNC. Having said that, yes, Republican events are known.
If President Trump had moved 1 millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Monday to talk to us about how
please fill the gummy.
Made wealthy again.
DJ Dub, get fucked up.
President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter. He wouldn't have been here on Tuesday to talk about how he was going to make America secure again. If
DJ Dub throwing out the gift subs tonight.
A millimeter. He wouldn't have been here.
Thank you, Dub.
To tell us how he was going to make America strong again. And if President Trump would have moved just a millimeter,
that dude's on Grindr right now.
We will not be hearing tonight how he was going to make America great again.
Because again, we barreling on close to 69 subs. That's our goal here on the channel, 69 subs. Before, welcome in.
I just got to talk to you about something called providence and something called sovereignty.
Welcome to the shit show, my friend.
Ability to be able to do what he wants when he wants because he's God. And God's providence.
We are awaiting Dana White, Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump, Hulk Hogan. You quesadilla flipping me out. I thought you were a new person.
President Trump was shot.
Changing up the avatar over here. We're also on
chapter number 6.
Eyes of COVID.
Verse number 11 says, "Be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power."
Hey, if I saw that dude on Grindr, I'd fucking hit him up.
Democrat friends, I want to ask you one question. Do you know anybody that was the 45th president? He was convicted of 34 accounts. He raised $53 million in 24 hours and could be the 47th president
I'm saying he's my type.
of the United States in America.
Yes, the orange talks
He was shot one time.
in about 2 hours.
Like that.
WrestleMania sucks this year. I'm amazed that Vince is not there.
To all my friends back in Detroit who are Democrats, I want to ask you just one simple question.
It's 4 a.m. there. The sun's still fucking shining in my eyes right now.
You can't deny that God protected him. You cannot deny that it was a millimeter miracle that was able to save this man's life. Could it be?
Is this a character one of the Wayans brothers is doing?
A time is this. Could it be?
I know, brother. I know.
Could it
fucking awesome you're tuning in from Germany, my friend.
Table in Detroit that Jesus asked and he received.
We worldwide here on the Troll Patrol.
Protection. Could it be that the King of Glory, the Lord God strong and mighty, the God who is mighty,
Store brand DL Hughley,
protected Donald Trump because he wants to use him for such a time as this? If you believe that, come on.
and that's why skit shows aren't funny anymore.
Oh, great God, great glory.
Because this exists. Oh my God. Cock, 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 cock. Oof.
Cultural situation. It's almost as if he is, yes, he's a politician, yes, he's running for president, but almost like a folk hero of some sort as well.
He
have
started
not
out as
seen
a celebrity, and he is still
and he
a
was
celebrity.
able to apply, you know, what he built as a celebrity to the presidency as well. And honestly, that's historic too, because we have not had U.S. presidents who rose up through entertainment and then were able to use those tools.
He's the first president
since Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's
Well,
the first president in U.S. Reagan had been governor of California for 2 terms.
That dance is so stupid.
Held elected office.
And came straight out of
been in the
entertainment.
military,
Yeah.
So we're watching to see Donald Trump come out. We now know that he will come out here, make an appearance, and then pop back under again. Go to wherever the people go when they're not.
They've been playing this. I think they've played it every night, haven't they?
To be with Melania, and then come out later. So he'll watch his son Eric speak later on tonight. Eric Trump is the family member who's speaking.
Did she say he's coming out with Melania?
Glimpse of Melania Trump, but this will be a moment for Donald to come out. The song they're playing right now is Back to Black by AC/DC.
Back in Black.
Get the introduction of Donald Trump right now, and he's coming out. Once again, this is like a UFC
Greta.
WWE entrance, right? This is like classic entertainment wrestling fare as you come out through the corridor.
Yes, I've pointed that out. YMCA.
A heavy security presence.
That was where gay men would go to.
We still haven't had a readout on his
When they were kicked out of their families and shit.
happened?
You can go to the YMCA and have a hot meal.
If he needs cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery, if it's a cut, if it's a...
Hang out with all your boys.
No, yeah. Donald Trump is heading up to that friends and family box where he's been watching parts of the convention.
Okay, so Nathan, for this, they're not using it for like campaign purposes, right?
Throughout the week, real symbols and who gets to sit.
Like this isn't like a. This falls under the license of the venue. They pay their ASCAP BMI license, right? So they're allowed to like play songs during events like this.
Someone who's been roaming around the convention hall, getting a lot of greetings and taking pictures with people. And
I think that might actually be the house band just playing the licks.
Round of people, senators confronting the head of the Secret Service for what happened. Republican senators, thank you, Rhonda.
Literally chasing her up an escalator.
Yes, demanding answers.
Here last
security lapses that happened.
And she will testify on Monday before the House Oversight Committee.
We've got other candidates for Senate there.
That's why, like, an artist can sue if you're out, like, Trump is at a rally, he's out in a fucking field somewhere. He's not in a venue that's paid fucking...
In the Senate.
And then some of the folks
the royalties. It's not like a licensed use, like, just for the crowd in attendance. It's specifically a campaign thing, so that's why the artists can send cease and desist and shit.
So Donald Trump is here.
I would assume the village people don't own the rights to
What's going to be
YMCA.
happening from here on out.
Whatever fucking record company that got
Other speakers that will
whatever
hear tonight include Eric Trump. Also,
whatever small fucking record label that YMCA came out on that got gobbled up by
taking
Sony or BMG or fucking I don't even know who the record labels
to the
are
stage,
anymore.
Yvonne Winget Sanchez, who covers voting issues in Arizona, but is all over this.
I would say Angus Young probably thinks Donald Trump is a dickhead,
in just a
but
couple
you
of
never
minutes.
know.
Rhonda, I want to get more from you on what you're listening for from Donald Trump's speech.
It's an honor to be here this evening. I'm the PGA head golf professional.
John Deporte.
Golf Club in Palm Beach, Florida.
A professional golfer, not one I've ever heard of.
We all know that President Trump loves his family because we see that. And we all know that President Trump is willing to...
Oh, he means love.
Because we just witnessed that. But what I'm here to tell you tonight is that Donald Trump is a great boss and one hell of a golfer. At our club championship in March, I watched President Trump hit a perfect 210-yard four-iron.
We're talking about golf.
Within 10 feet of the hole.
Again.
Yep. He needed to sink that putt to win. Do you think he sank it? You better believe you sunk that putt. Donald Trump, 21 club championships. Joe Biden, 0. For non-golfers out there, that's a pretty good record. That's real good. That's not good, that's great. 25 years ago, I was working multiple jobs. And one of those jobs was
Washington Post mentioned Melania, but I think they said she wasn't there.
My caddy job eventually would turn into a full-time job. One day, I was out caddying for Mr. Trump when he mentioned to me that he needed to find a teaching pro. He knew I could play, so he said, tomorrow, dress like a golf pro and come out and play golf with me. So in true Mr. Trump fashion, on the first tee the next day, he tees up his ball, whacks it right down the middle of the fairway. And I turned to him and I said, hey, I'm pretty nervous. And he said, John, you just relax and play your game. And it was great advice, because after 9 holes, he turned to me and he said, I've seen enough. You've got the job. Thank you. Later, I went on to become the head golf professional, and I'll never forget that moment with Mr. Trump. He truly changed my life. That's who Donald Trump is. For 25 years, I've seen his generosity and his remarkable character firsthand. His entire family reflects these values as well.
Yeah, the first thing I'd do is make sure my cat pissed all over the White House.
I think to myself, how could
you have not missed Hulk Hogan?
He could have chosen a quiet life. He could have played more golf. But he cares so deeply about America and our people. He just keeps working, and he does it for us.
Like, do you think Trump actually treats these people differently, or
so let's help him?
Are they just brainwashed?
America, great.
Posted daily, Torchy.
Thank you, President Trump.
I think it was like half of all the days that he was in office, he played golf.
As much as I'll miss him in the White House or in the clubhouse, we need to vote him back in the White House. Thank you very much.
God damn it.
Who were present on January 6th near the...
I'm pretty sure that Tom Petty would not be happy with
participated in various ways. There are
his songs being used.
Participated in the Republican strategy to try to replace Biden's rightful electoral votes with those of Trump's. And they are unapologetic for their behavior.
I think it was this very song
that they did absolutely
that Trump used to use at fucking the Tom Petty estate. I guess it wasn't the estate at the time. I guess it was actually Tom Petty. He was still alive.
The sort of electric vibe that they are feeling.
Once again, that's just a house band. It's covered under their the arena pays the rights, the royalties to BMI and ASCAP.
Party who is there for them, who has their back, who understands that they were fighting for him. And in some ways this sort of rewrites in their minds and in the minds
You would still have to, like, if you're covering a song, you'd still have to get the rights to do it.
the narrative, right? And this plays directly into the fight for the future and the soul.
Credit the original artist, all that jazz.
Yeah, I guess there's a question there of what
But if you're a cover band,
what election security
all the venues that you play in are going to pay their. It's like a radio station.
to the people who actually watch elections and monitor elections.
They have the rights to
that the last election was not rigged or stolen. So
play
where does that put
whatever they want over the speakers, pretty much, in a venue
elections
like
and
that.
everything else here?
Every night they've played this video that Trump recorded.
It's like a fucking NBA can play like whatever the fuck they want.
Basically, Trump is saying, hey, look, we don't want what happened in 2020 to happen again, which you could read to say stolen or we lost, right? Depending on what you want.
My best friend used to fuck a lawyer.
Let's vote.
Why? Like,
so that
I know how the rights work because like it's the same thing with the radio stations.
And then he says, if when we
Well, you pay your. It's a fucking astronomical amount too.
We can
the BMI. There's two
voting,
music licensors.
ballots again, but
BMI and ASCAP.
let's win. And that is a pragmatic turn. And one of the reasons
It is probably
this by Trump world people, Trump really
50 fucking grand or something, 100 grand.
cases against him. One of them is
Who fucking probably more than that.
of appeal yesterday.
That a venue will pay on a yearly
Win
basis.
this time. He really wants
And that grants them the rights to be able to play anything in the catalog over the
He's
speakers.
like hungry for it, and he does feel, even if we're not going to hear it tonight, angry.
Just like a radio station.
What he feels is persecution and people coming after him. To Yvonne's point, there has not been. I mean, Peter Navarro just got out of federal prison yesterday, but that was for defying a lawful subpoena. That was for being in contempt of Congress, not for anything related to January 6th. Lots of people who also didn't cooperate.
Here we go again.
Up and took the fifth, and they weren't.
Good evening, Milwaukee.
This is totally like wrestling.
I'm Zach Witkoff. I am deeply honored to stand before you tonight and introduce my father. This moment holds special significance as I'm about to become a father myself.
You look 20.
Thank you. The nation my son is born into in December will be shaped by the choice we make this November. I saw my father's remarkable journey from relying on a small loan to becoming one of the country's most successful developers. He showed me that success comes from hard work, not handouts.
Sorry, I missed the
When I
ads
joined
again.
his business, I started at the bottom, literally.
You usually
handling
expect them about
plumbing
5
jobs
till.
and repairing sewage lines late at night in New York City. That's how he started too. I vividly recall him spending New Year's Eve fixing a broken sewage tank with a bear of a man named Shecky. You see, they couldn't afford to call in a crew. They were the crew.
Zach Witkoff.
Years later, Shecky
Zach
was still by
Witkoff.
my dad's side, and he became my first boss. He once told me he would run through a wall for my dad because my dad never asked him to.
They've been running late at the end of the thing, DJ Dub. And
exactly
I think they're running especially late tonight.
President
I think they were about 15 minutes late getting started.
Trump. We have seen him stand shoulder to shoulder with the American people.
But he also knows the importance of prime time.
Even when it wasn't easy. Even when he could be doing something else. Even
Started from the bottom with a bear named Shaggy.
fire, he stood with us, my fellow Americans, and that is.
When I hear Shaggy, wasn't that like Kevin Smith's dog or some shit? Shaggy.
You know what? He makes it fun too. President Trump and the First Lady were the guests of honor at my wedding at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago Club. The president tore up the dance floor until 3 in the morning with his signature move.
I have no idea who this dude is. Zach Witkoff. Witkoff says he's a businessman.
Essence of what my dad taught me. Hard work.
Zach Witkoff.
And perseverance. That is the essence of Donald Trump. As long as we stand united with President Trump, It will remain the essence of the nation that my son and
I want to be live for everything, or I would roll it back.
God bless America. God bless Donald Trump.
You see the exact moment he jizzes his pants.
The United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present my father, Stephen Witkoff.
Who? Who in the fuck is this?
Good evening, everybody. That song that you just heard,
I think the audience thought the same thing.
Trilogy by Elvis. It was playing for a reason. A lot of people don't know this about my dear friend President Trump, but he's a big music guy. And he's got a playlist, and he's the DJ wherever he goes. See, I stand before you tonight, not just as a speaker, not just as someone who came up as a builder with the president in the world of real estate, but as someone who has had the profound privilege of calling President Donald J. Trump a true and dear friend for many, many years in good times and bad times. And of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him. Especially those words,
OMG.
Truth is marching on.
Oh, probably. Probably. This dude, totally. Unless he's in the closet. That's possible, too.
I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail, so it surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending, but he picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Steve. I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?" It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime. I've seen the truth of President Trump, and it marches on with me tonight. I know that many here and watching at home have felt that kind of a connection with the president. It's real. I have never seen him refuse a question from somebody, decline a photo, or ignore someone's story or concerns. Everyone he meets gets a family member's embrace from him. I have felt that warmth so many times over the years. Just last week, I told the president about a moment I had with his 3 sons and how impressed I was with them. He looked at me with a wistful smile, blowing a kiss, and it was a special moment between us as fathers. When my dad fell gravely ill, President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort. He showed up as he always does. He was there, treating my parents with kindness and respect. Including my mom, who's 91 and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president. Many Americans have only witnessed his leadership on TV, but I have seen his humanity in the quiet moments, away from the spotlight, in hospital rooms he didn't have to be in, where his presence brought real solace in a dark hour.
You can tell people that are not good with
That's
the teleprompter.
Who he is. When times are really tough, when he's got everything to lose and nothing to gain, Donald Trump shows up and he's there for you. When
I have my doubts too. So does she. She ain't buying it.
When I lost my boy Andrew to an opioid overdose, the pain was unbearable. But as you,
I wouldn't want to hug Trump. Ooh.
After he became the President Trump, even
I'd be like, please get up off me.
all the responsibilities of his office, he reached out and invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids hosted by the First Lady, providing a platform to honor my son's memory. And when the day of the conference came, he went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, Steve, as he led me up to the lectern, tell the world about your boy. My boy was the best of us. Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless people who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he passed away, all 12 came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common. My boy stood up for people, no matter which side of the train tracks they came from, exactly as the president does for everybody. Standing here today, I still feel my boy's hand on my shoulder. After Andrew passed away, I found myself clinging to my son's memory, even his things. His college ID is in my pocket right now. I wear his ring since he died. And I came today with his watch on. I kept his guitar too, and thought I would keep that guitar forever. But I gave it to my dear friend.
I don't even know what he's talking about anymore. I've trailed off.
And fellow music lover Donald Trump.
Trump did too. Look at him. He's about to fall asleep.
I wanted President Trump to have something with which to remember my son. President Trump didn't say something nice to me and put it in a closet somewhere.
Did your son just die? We just saw him.
National West Palm Beach property, where he and I both see it whenever we walk in and play, and where everyone who walks into that beautiful building sees it as well as an acknowledgement to my boy. A sacred tribute to a true friend who's gone, and a cause that remains opioid abuse. Thank you. Standing here today with my boy's hand on my shoulder, I know I'll never hear his music again. His mom and I can only hear the chords of memory now, and we will always hear them. But I know my dear friend, President Trump, hears them too. You don't see this man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage. But this is the truth about President Trump, the man I have come to know and admire and love, a man whose truth is marching on. It is a dark hour for America, but there's nobody I trust more in this moment than this man. A man who in the darkest hours shows up, listens.
If you lost his son, you might be more compassionate
the kind
and
of
be
man we need now to be
on the train to carry an
President
Narcan
of
or
the United
Narcan.
States.
I've got a friend that will hook you up with free Narcan in Appalachia. I should bring her on sometime.
President Trump and his extraordinary wife and his wonderful family. And may God
Got
bless
that tie
America.
really
Thank you
tight,
so
doesn't
much.
he?
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have four.
Yeah, they play all the same videos every night.
I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going
Yes,
to have same.
It took a long time to get him that indictment.
It was his birthday, right?
Yes, it was at his 80th birthday party. Yeah, in Florida. They got it to him. He's pled not guilty, obviously.
Oh, Rudy.
17 other of his co-defendants. Former President Donald Trump was named as he was described as an unindicted co-conspirator. It'll be interesting, though, to see how any electoral outcome in November might alter or change the calculus in that case. We've seen other instances in other states where the elector strategy was implemented where those...
I didn't even know you could unmod yourself.
And people, were able to make the case that they did nothing wrong. And so we'll see if that plays out in Arizona. I know that's at the top of mind of the Democratic Attorney General.
Well, right now, this video of Trump encouraging people to vote early and vote by mail and do all those other things that they
Vote often.
along a shoot and described as
Vote early,
illegal,
vote a lot,
improper,
vote often.
on board with it. Let's go to Alina Habba, who's to the convention floor right
from
now.
the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down.
Oh, it's C-SPAN. That's why there's a delay. I was like, the GOP hasn't had this much of a delay before.
And senior advisor for President Donald J. Trump, Alina Habba.
Trump's walking out. He's leaving.
Good evening, America. My name is Alina Habba, and I have had the great privilege of representing President Donald J. Trump. Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse, but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines.
I wonder
The side of President Trump,
why she's speaking if their relationship's soured.
his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country.
He's still got another hour and 40 minutes before he speaks.
Catholic,
I mean, she lost.
a proud first-generation Arab-American woman,
But I guess, she looks good. She's definitely his type.
feisty Jersey girl, who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker. He's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend. Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support.
Ah, bull. Well, I don't know. I can kind of see that.
Despite the lawfare,
Put him on the phone.
politics.
I want to hear him kiss my ass.
President Trump loves the American people, and he loves this country.
Well, many lawyers around Donald Trump have been disbarred. Rudy comes to the top of mind. Sidney Powell.
For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of
I miss Tacopina.
His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating. As the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first. And as the 47th president, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people. As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen. That's right.
That's right.
Every attack on President Trump only strengthens our movement. The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us, because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning.
I was reading about Biden. I was seeing if we had any breaking news and Biden possibly dropping out.
Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally.
Another Elvis song.
Blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming."
almost as old as Elvis.
America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up.
That's one of those oldie songs like that. Fucking the artists probably don't own the rights.
So if you're ready to end the Democrat destruction,
Got a little Maynard by my foot.
and if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and the leadership of my friend, President Donald J. Trump.
He's all our friends.
So let us not forget that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us. God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
Yep. Welcome in. Thank you for the resub. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's the song. Oh God, that would be awesome. If Brock gave Hulk Hogan an F5 off the stage and then like took his blood and rubbed it on his chest like he did when he actually F5'd Hulk Hogan off the stage, because it's already happened once.
You can argue Alvin Bragg's prosecution was partisan. You can argue it was misguided, but it's a different thing. And it does feel like
he rubbed Hogan's blood across his chest. It was awesome.
Bullet in Pennsylvania. He'll continue to take bullets for all of you. Peter Navarro talked about literal and metaphorical bullets.
I think Biden's gone, guys. I think he's going to step down.
There's a danger to that. And these political violence is contagious, and it tends to be escalatory, and that's not turning down the temperature.
Rhonda, Alina Habba's had her hands full recently representing Trump as a lawyer. Let's talk about where the legal cases against Donald Trump stand right now, because they have had a very lucky string of decisions go their way.
Yeah, and I will also add about Habba, she has just said that she's now a part of the campaign. She's serving as an advisor. So she's gone from lawyer to advisor. And, if he's elected, she might have further ambition there. But with the court cases, I guess we can work our way back. So on Monday, we found out that the Florida case, the classified document case, that pretty much is over for now. The judge there, Judge Eileen Cannon, said that Jack Smith was illegally appointed, that his office was illegally funded, and she closed the case for now.
Oh, it wasn't on the stage. For some reason, I thought it was on the stage. It wasn't on the stage.
Again, these things take time. They might bounce around, the lower court, the high court. There's no timeline anymore for that case. Fulton County, that is now after the Fani will. Now, these are things that when we covered the indictments last year, I'm not sure anybody could have guessed that in perfect order, they would have all fallen apart right before he gets the nomination. I remember actually we talked and showed a clip on our podcast of Michael Whatley, the co-chair of the RNC.
I don't think they've all fallen apart. I think he is going to face justice somewhere, somehow.
And they needed to do the nomination virtually, so that was a real thing. It was a real threat. Here we are, and in a few moments we will actually be hearing from him.
So we are going to hear next from Tucker Carlson, right, who became very famous as an anchor on Fox News, but he is no longer on Fox News. However, he is sitting right next to Trump in the Friends and Family booth some of the
Yes,
time.
Linda McMahon came on earlier, and she was boring.
What a singular figure Tucker Carlson has become in the Trump media orbit. JM?
When Trump entered the arena on Monday evening and went up to his box, the first person to greet him was Tucker Carlson. That shows you how kind of embedded Carlson has become with Trump. And over the last year or two, we've seen him at live golf events, for example, the Saudi-funded golf league. We know that Tucker Carlson was pushing J.D. Vance very hard to be on the ticket with former President Trump. He was ousted from Fox News around 15 months ago, was the top-rated host at the time.
Tucker has talked so much shit about Trump. It's insane.
Dominion for $787 million following the falsehoods that Fox aired allegedly about the 2020 presidential election. And we know in discovery in that lawsuit that Tucker Carlson had repeatedly disparaged Fox executives and other personnel at Fox News. Fox and Tucker have never explained what led to that separation or that sudden ouster.
Oh yeah, we got a clip.
The show on X, formerly Twitter. And we know this week that he has a documentary crew following him around that is reportedly a documentary that they are filming about the Trump 2024 campaign. So he has really kind of entered Trump's orbit very centrally, as you refer to, Libby, and it's quite a remarkable turn for him, although in some ways the theme of the week, the flavor of the week, because a few
people bowing down to Trump.
From what Dominion revealed, he was critical of Trump in private, as was Vance. Now they're very much in Trump's orbit.
As we talk, they're rolling a video about Ronald Reagan. But, James, this could not be further from Ronald Reagan's party when it comes to a couple of core things, like foreign policy.
Foreign policy and national security. Ronald Reagan actually talked about, it was his idea, the three-legged stool that was the modern conservative movement. He fused the three-legged stool together when he ran unsuccessfully in 1976 against Gerald Ford, and then in 1980, and that was the
I saw that Tucker crashed the Fox News booth.
I'm sorry, the neocon defense hawks and the fiscal conservatives. He melded that, and the stool has sort of come undone.
I'm not seeing any footage of it.
That's why the J.D. Vance nomination is so huge. Vance is a repudiation of Reaganism. He explicitly says the kind of the neoliberal ideas were wrong and failed. He doesn't support projecting American leadership overseas. He wants tariffs that Reagan opposed. He wants he doesn't support free trade. And what the Reagan video that they're showing is
Tucker Carlson showed up unannounced in Fox News' green room last night,
Jimmy Carter,
joining Don Jr. for his Hannity hit.
4 years ago.
Carlson was greeted warmly by Fox stars like Janine Pirro, Jesse Waters, Britt Hume, and Charlie Hurt. He missed Rupert by just a few minutes.
Here at the Fiserv Forum, so let's hear what he has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome journalist, author, and American citizen, Tucker Carlson.
So fun! Thank you! Oh, this is wild. Thank you! I've been... Good to see you! Thank you. I feel like I know about half the people in the room. This is wild. What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys.
Did what?
Okay. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me.
Because they're criminals?
I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So, I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention.
Is he being tickled?
The nation is different. The world is different.
Tucker.
Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think that. I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington where the president is at the top of the pyramid, everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate
HP even still a company?
True is a fact that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president.
Good evening.
You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazing
Bowtie was youthful,
he was
Tucker.
the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years? Really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly.
Oh, honey, don't worry.
What is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And
it's probably coming in about an hour or so.
But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that.
It has not been a week yet.
He did his best to bring the country together, and I thought, this is the divisive...
He hasn't said a word yet.
No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen.
Tex, good evening.
Where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think...
Into the abyss, Tucker.
From the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact.
That is true. We have had no medical update on Donald Trump. We don't even know that he was actually shot.
That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah, our bloodiest war. More than we lost in World War II.
Remember when you guys made fun of...
Does anybody care?
The safe kits?
It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming.
You made fun of the safe kits.
The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No. That's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting.
Our military isn't in Ukraine.
It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable.
The party that's responsible for the actual wars the United States have been in for the last 30 fucking years.
He's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest
is upset about the wars that we aren't in now.
Funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine. One of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see.
What?
And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate.
Been a wild one.
And particularly on Saturday in Butler, I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this. Actually. And I'm starting to think
Big tuna beluga.
I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work.
Josephus was referring to the response several on the right have had
front door. They terrorized
about Usha Vance.
In our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. It wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next
God is an Indian,
and the phone rings.
And you're an asshole.
Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa.
People on the right.
And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stay in
skin color.
And she goes, oh, it's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side or God's with me or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager, Trump National Doral, Carrie Tomasco Ruiz.
Allow me to prove you wrong, Big Tuna. Barrage of hate from far-right Trumpists to seek prayer at Republican convention. Toxic response to prayer from pro-Trump Harmeet Dillon, leading figure on Republican National Committee.
My name is Carrie.
A toxic, racist, far-right response to Harmeet Dillon's Monday night seek prayer is just one sign of the difficulties Donald Trump and Republicans have in selling a more diverse version of Trumpism to the party's base because they're racist.
Woman of faith who's been fortunate to work side by side with Donald Trump and his 12 years ago.
And then allow me to flip back to the milky white Aryan-looking woman.
After so many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit.
I don't actually think that someone is automatically a racist because they back Trump. But they have to be okay with racism.
Things better. Donald Trump got to work.
Oh, thanks, Mox. Thanks for the heads up. If you're watching on Twitch, you are going to get your commercial break right now so we can get it out of the way. Make sure you don't miss any of the big guns coming up. Tucker Carlson. I'm sorry, Tucker just spoke. Hulk Hogan, Dana White, and Donald Trump still to come. Stick with us here on the Troll Patrol.
Apply a fresh coat of paint. He stripped this legendary resort to its core and rebuilt it the right way.
Notice how we didn't bring up racism. He did. They're obsessed with it.
Make it great again.
Oh, wait a minute. He was responding to Josephus.
He also built up the resort's people. Thank you, boss.
Tester? Tester now? No way.
He listened to us, all of us.
Senator John Tester, the most consequential senator running for re-election, has called for Joe Biden to step down.
Opinions. He never demands more of us than he is willing to give. He is as generous as he is brave. And to those who work for him, he provides unwavering.
Big Tuna, you came in here like we're literally watching the Republican National Convention. Every single speaker. And you're trying to get us off track, yelling racist.
In a historically male-dominated industry. I am not a golf professional. I cannot break 90.
Why are we talking about golf again?
But none of that mattered to President Trump. He looks at things differently. He welcomes the...
You know, I bet Kamala can play golf.
And I am proud to be among the countless women he's promoted to leadership positions.
I bet Kamala plays golf.
I might add, he did it all while no one was looking. The simple truth is,
no, I don't have any images of her golfing.
President Trump's vision and unrelenting drive to make things better. He did it at Doral. He did it as president. He will do it again.
No policies.
May God continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
I don't think any of these people can feel love.
This is the final battle
With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Use the other side of what you're doing. Learn to feel embarrassment, motherfuckers. ZZ Top.
Gotta shag out, crying.
Are we back on music break?
But there has been an increasingly, I have to think of the words for it, the tone that Donald Trump has been using in his rallies leading up to this moment. Prior to this, vengeance-filled. He's been talking about being retribution. He's setting it up as this this ultimate battle. And in fact, we're going to see a video in a few minutes that is called "The Final Battle." So even if we're talking about
self-destructive behavior is all I participate in.
Language has gotten
I need a mommy.
into like a heightened pitch.
Somebody adopt me.
I mean, we have seen just how much the Republican base gets so animated by that, right? They really do.
If you come get me and the kiddies, you can pretty much you can have a whole Justin.
They feel as if they're in a battle for this country.
You can go take me wherever you want me.
That I've heard from Republicans, that was literally the Biden 2020 slogan, battle for the soul of the nation. And Republicans are picking that up. And even when I talked to Speaker Mike Johnson, he said, you know, we do have to lead by example, and he did not deny the fact that there are some.
He's going to pull the Brian Danielson
conference that need to tone down that
insurance, eh?
He said, you know, we are in a battle. I'm not going to.
I've been playing Metal Gear 5, and the final countdown is my
all of that
helicopter song.
Is still
so when the helicopter comes in to extract me from the mission area, and Ring of Honor,
co-opt the language of democracy.
It's apparently very expensive, and he's used it like once or twice in AEW. They've made fun of it for being so expensive.
That's what democracy is, and it is using the language. And Trump has been masterful at this for.
I wish that I had like a drug addiction to blame like my problems on,
and
like it would make more sense in my life if I had a drug addiction.
Polling shows that Biden, who had like a 20-point edge on which candidate do you trust more on.
Why didn't you do your work? Well, I just didn't fucking feel like it.
Margin of error, and it's a reflection of the fact that
couldn't physically bring myself to do it.
Right, I'm going to save democracy.
Days in a row.
So tonight's programming will be really interesting because it's all, as we've been talked about, leading up to Donald Trump, and there is some intentional selection about who's speaking tonight, and one of those people is Hulk Hogan. It is WrestleMania
Hulk Hogan
Public Convention. And let's go to Rich Matthews for more on how we will be seeing some of wrestling's biggest figures tonight. Rich?
Wrestling's biggest figure,
Hogan, an incredibly popular, likable, maybe even lovable figure back in the 1980s and 90s. I was a Hulkamaniac.
What do you mean what happened with Trump?
But he did have a dark period that lasted about 10 years where he admitted that he was addicted to painkillers.
He got caught using racist language.
Good evening. My name is Annette Albright. I grew up
hated
in
Hulk
the small
Hogan.
town of Mount Airy, North Carolina. North Carolina. Like my parents and my grandparents, I was a lifelong member of the Democrat Party. Don't worry, the story gets better from here. After completing a degree in criminal justice, I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections.
Andre was the greatest.
I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District to engage our youth before they got stuck in the system. It didn't take long for me to realize that public schools are a part of the problem. Sadly, too many of our schools are more like prisons than places of learning. That must change. In one public high school, I witnessed a full-blown riot. I saw many violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff. During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a group of students in a public high school.
Okay.
The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom.
Oh yeah, we had fights all the time in my high school.
Reverse the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first. Violence on public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue. It is an American people issue. Sadly, I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers union than they do about prioritizing the needs of our kids.
Who knows better about the needs of our kids than the teachers union?
They champion safe spaces instead of safe schools. This is completely wrong. Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents
What sound?
for school choice.
Am I missing something?
While Democrats think school resource officers are a threat to our students,
You did like a
Republicans know that they protect our kids.
Yeah, okay, I did hear that. But she's like, she's like,
Won't admit
she's like her own hot man.
felon. Republicans will fix the system and make
They'll fist the system.
That's
Fist it.
why this year, for the first time in my life, I am registered as a Republican.
So there was this really conservative woman that lived next to me I lived in the grad student housing at my college.
November, I will proudly cast my vote
And she hated when my girlfriend would come over because apparently we were really loud. And after me and my girlfriend in college broke up, she ended up like messaging me through Facebook.
We can make
It was like, hey, have you ever fisted someone? This really
Thank you, and God bless
guy, conservative, little, I know, because she was little. I don't know what to, like, it was shocked the shit out of me.
Had in a general election.
That was hold on loosely.
As much as Republicans are projecting confidence this week, they know that that's
No, that was the other one. That was the other.
And
that's
I
the
think
little girl.
an effort to try and combat that and to tamp that down and to make folks more comfortable with Trump as a candidate.
What does it say about me, DJ Dub?
JM. So this night is designed to show power.
Liberty Twitcher.
But it's also very macho and male. We've been talking about that, Mariana. And Tucker Carlson, when he was talking, he talked about like the strongest.
Tucker is not macho and male.
Guy. The strongest man. There was no room for women in there. And there is a vibe here, even as with very powerful and self-possessed women like Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders talk about her old boss, Donald Trump. We are still seeing this push towards
my stupid ass should have ordered groceries. I don't have any sugar.
Right, and
I couldn't make any tea.
especially at a moment when we're looking at
Had a creamer.
ascending to the top of the ticket.
No sugars, no coffee. I'll drink black coffee, but I prefer not to.
This is a unified party. Everybody's excited, but it also speaks to divisions in this party and different world views. There is an extreme.
I ate groceries tomorrow.
That we have seen from, the further right. There's also kind of moderate people who've been around for ages, have been coming here as delegates to RNCs for, ages back. So I feel like some of
it takes too much marijuana.
Also picked to just talk to certain audience throughout.
And I've got tea. I've got the tea flavoring.
And also
I don't have anything to sweeten it with.
So as much as we're talking about unity, yes,
I would still have the it's not sweet problem with the can of tea.
Here, but there are divisions in the Republican Party that we shouldn't, think is erased this week.
To your macho man theme, I mean, I think yesterday Trump's walkout song was something about like living in a man's world, which
I don't have honey.
Like, wait, but I thought we were talking about diversity here, like trying to show that off.
Usually my backup is brown sugar, but I used all my brown sugar the last time I ran out of sugar.
Voters, it's the community I come from. The machismo is real.
The machismo.
That is something that Republicans in particular do not shy about trying to project, because they are bringing in this newer coalition of male voters from the Latino community who see that strength, who want that kind
No powdered sugar either.
So in some ways, I think they're trying to delicately balance, like, look, we are growing as a...
I run out of powdered sugar a lot because
this man in particular,
if I don't have anything else sweet,
and there was no better
you can
this was a takeaway that I heard from
powdered sugar, peanut butter, and butter
Saturday.
will make like the cream for the inside of a Reese cup, and then I'll just pour chocolate on top of it.
Of course, we have seen, and I'm sure we will continue to hear, the differences of Trump being physically strong and Biden being physically. And yet so many Americans...
Little girl.
Ratings.
I'm sure they only have like
perform as
20 songs or something, they've rehearsed and
ability to
shit.
perform as president, James. So where does that leave you?
They've asked a lot of them. This band has played many times.
With Jake Paul, the fighter, he's is a favorite of like Josh Rogan, who has the biggest podcast. Tucker Carlson had the #1 rated show on cable news, and was talking up the strong man. I was actually eager to see.
I believe they were playing their own original stuff before like everything got started.
Fired, and they did.
And like people were filing in.
8 o'clock hour Eastern.
That was a smart thing to look out for.
It was it was his time slot.
Josh Rogan.
Jesse Waters,
I love Josh Rogan. I listen to his podcast all the time.
Good to see Tucker back, and Trump is going to do his first.
Oh my God, Russell Brand is there. I should have known.
With Jesse Waters Monday on Fox, and so I mean that's not expanding the tent.
Does Josh Rogan not have the biggest podcast? What are you guys talking about?
Election, you want to juice your base, and if it's just a fact that the Republican base is way more juiced right now than the Democrat.
Josh Rogan is probably there.
How that changes if Biden drops out, if there's an open...
No, it's Josh Rogan. Joe Rogan. Who's ever heard of Joe Rogan?
There's a lot of ifs.
Josh Rogan.
But if it's just the Republican base against the Democratic base because people in the middle don't really like either candidate, Republicans are going to win this election. For the last decade, throughout the 2010s, there was this conventional...
Well, the fuzzy wall will make you happy.
Turnout benefited Democrats.
Pro Jogan.
But right now, higher turnout benefits Republicans. When you just look at registered voters as opposed to likely
Josh Rogan.
That's when Republicans do better.
Totally fucking gaslighting.
And it reflects that as unsavory as it might be to some of those people in the middle, it's working for
It's like Josh Rogan does his fans.
JM, we're always looking, of course, at turnout and how you can motivate voters to turn out. And there is this real question of just who has the momentum in any given moment in a campaign. The party that does the convention gets the momentum for a little while at least. What are you watching?
Oh, my God.
This race has been so static so far. These numbers.
Oh, please don't go. Please stay on him.
Moved, and even post debate, it only moved in the Washington.
Please keep watching this guy.
2.5 points in Trump's favor in a general.
Oh no!
Level. And I think what's interesting about the pick of Vance is that so clearly.
Fair enough, him, Lord.
I
can't. So I couldn't gaslight anybody if I wanted to.
Putting it to juice the voters, to juice the enthusiasm there, and
that's what a narcissist would say if they were going to gaslight somebody.
Presidents have this track record per se of dramatically swinging the election one way or the other, but we expect this election to be.
I want to go back to him. I want to see what he's doing now.
A few key states, and if Vance can come in and really enthuse a few voters on the margins, then that could make the difference in November.
I'm watching footage of a baby being held up. Somebody maybe get that baby some earphones. It's like way too loud in here for baby ears.
Bedtime. My goodness.
Way too loud for baby ears.
You are listening and watching live coverage of the Washington Post, bringing you the Republican National Convention. We'll be at the...
Well, I called her Greta. She's not Greta. Greta is C-SPAN. I forget her name. I did it last night, too. Did those hats come with a dick in their mouths? Did we get another song? We were getting a speaker. Uh-huh.
On Jeffrey's part to other Democrats, that Democrats.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Like fucking
open to the idea of considering stepping aside, and that it is possible that such a decision could come soon. But this is all happening, and I mean, to your question about the convention, I mean, what I hear from Democratic lawmakers is, is it going to be Biden? And there's also a lot of concerns of the juxtaposition, right? Democrats are watching this convention, seeing the unity, seeing the allegiance to Trump, and they are looking inside of themselves and saying, well, we don't feel that same way about Biden.
Yep.
And oh my gosh, we might have to...
We got DNC convention coming up in about 3 weeks.
Convention like this? Like, that's just an awful split screen. So a lot is going to be developing.
Oh, no, it will be like, they'll have like celebrities. They'll have like real musical guests and shit.
Also the optics that are trans.
You'll have like John Legend and Beyonce performing.
Honestly, even if you're not watching this, you're seeing clips. You're seeing
Great, good evening. Yeah, they're not a bad band.
News right now.
I've heard a lot worse bands.
That momentum, but I do think, you have to be honest with yourself with who's in this crowd. These are party leaders, people who are so entrenched in their party. These are the people who were going to vote Trump, whether or not he was, the nominee, or whether or not there was a convention. These are pro-Trump people. The people who have been speaking are speaking to the choir. These aren't voters who are in the middle. Same thing goes for the Democrats too. So I don't know if we can look at conventions as defining moments that they will decide the election. I still...
Yeah, perfect description, Clinic.
Libby, we don't know anything. We're just reporters out here telling you what we're seeing and who we're talking to.
Well, I mean, look at who their audience is.
Say that all of the energy we're feeling, because
they did a good job picking out the band for the audience they were going to be playing in front of.
Tonight. But that does not mean that we know what happens at the end of the race.
Yeah, if you have your finger in the wind here, this is not a...
You will hear more current music from the Democrats, I assure you.
No, things are...
more ethnic music as well, back to the racist thing. Just like, where's our buddy? What was his name?
They're not, turning the TV off.
accusing us of being racist. Notice how all the music is really, really, really white.
But I do not think it's not going to be in,
It's going to be a much different flavor come the DNC in 3 weeks.
One of the scenarios that senior Democrats are talking about if the president steps aside, there's a couple of things that could potentially happen if this was to go forward. President Biden could.
I'm going to get a glass of milk and some cookie dough.
Endorse Kamala Harris.
I deserve it.
Say he's not going to give his delegates to her. He could endorse Kamala Harris and he could not endorse at all. Kamala Harris could be challenged, or there's a lot of different scenarios, and you really could have a situation where the first ballot, just the delegates get to vote. The second ballot, if no one gets 50% at the convention, then the super delegates also get to vote. So, I mean, we're going to have to dust off the rules of the Democratic Party.
It would be fascinating. It would be absolutely electric. Yeah. It would be a real convention process. Right. Yeah. I don't know, and this is a real worry among Democrats, well, I don't think voters are going to love that, the party elites, as Biden has also been calling those in his party who are calling him step aside. The party elites are the ones who end up choosing.
But they're not going to be playing somewhere where you're going to need to pay an entrance. They're going to be playing at a wedding.
Where the delegates are choosing in real time who the nominee is. But we're hearing Biden use really populist
some,
right now.
corporate event where there's
boring
boring-ass speakers.
Room as well. Trump really is making this a fight. Me and my team, us versus them. And the speakers have made it us versus them. I'm curious to hear tonight if Trump indulges in that language as well. Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's on the convention floor with a delegate. Tell us more, Jorge.
Like Mussolini.
Hey, Libby. So, I'm down here. I'm in the Tennessee delegate area, and I'm with Terry Rowland. Terry, you were telling me before this is your 5th convention, correct?
Right.
So tell me a little bit about your journey politically on their first convention to where we are now.
Well, when I turned 18, that was the year Ronald Reagan got elected. My first time to vote. I've been with the party ever since. Done every job they ever asked me to. But I'm also a businessman. And the economic part of it, the jobs, the cost of everything.
Brother, you're only like 50-something then.
And I'm going to be honest with you. These young folks, we got to get them educated. I spent 8 years as the county commissioner, the chairman of the county commission in Shelby County. So I was over education, and I can see the huge deficiencies that we've been.
You were over education.
We've been putting a lot of money in, but no results.
Let me ask you real quick, because
you were the one responsible.
Was with Senator John McCain running against Barack Obama, and your second was Romney against Barack Obama, and
you're the reason we didn't have results. Because some small business owner was the county commissioner.
Your third convention. Tell me how those two candidates, kind of like how they differed from what you see and what you hear from Trump versus what you're getting now.
They were typical politicians, okay? They give you a lot of mouth, a lot of lip service, but they never really did anything, I mean, they were great people, but as far as their policies wasn't worth a darn, okay? Trump, he speaks to the common man, believe it or not. I brought him to Tennessee in 2016 when he first started, and everybody thought I was crazy, a lot of my friends were Rubio delegates and were mad at me for not backing Rubio, but I just saw something in Trump, and when I met him, and I've talked to him on quite a few occasions. And stuff.
So, you mentioned, so I covered the 2016 in Cleveland, and so you were there as well, and so there was, it wasn't a full, everyone on Trump like it is here. So tell me about that a little bit. Just what did you see? You were in the Tennessee delegation. You said, what did you see on the floor in terms of people? Were they arguing with each other? What did you see?
Now, actually, in Tennessee, we're together. Okay.
Amazon is a small business.
I think Virginia was wanting Ted Cruz. There was a little friction there. But I think after all, and when Ted came out and went ahead and said, hey, let's all come together, I think Trump's had the party since then. And we're more unified now than ever before. I've seen people that are Democrats that are coming over there. I live in a Democrat county. Shelby County's a Democrat county. We made strides in the African.
That means something different in Tennessee.
Because it's all about jobs. It's about jobs. It's about family. And this wokeness is killing this nation.
Let me ask you, so this is, to wrap this up, he's going to speak. This is, all right. Are you all right? Everything, oh, wait, this is New Hampshire delegate, all right. So he's going
to. Hogan was like a last-minute addition.
Let me go back to you in the studio. We'll figure out what's happening here in a bit.
All right, Jorge, thank you so much. We
I don't know.
Jorge into the action, the golden rule. J.M. Rieger, let's talk about what we're anticipating tonight. We're going to see the vice presidential pick for the Republicans come out, of course, to support the man who he wants to be his boss, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Yes, we are 45 minutes behind schedule.
And listening for tonight.
Yep, DJ Dub.
The key question tonight is what's the tone that Trump uses in this speech, right? We know that he said he's refocused, he tore up the speech, he rewrote the speech after Saturday's assassination attempt. What does Trump say? How does Trump maybe talk about that shooting? And what is sort of the vibe in the room, if you will, among the delegates? How is it received? It's not we know that they're gonna support it and receive it well, but what are the applause lines? What are the big moments that come out of that? Because these conventions are really about storytelling, about coalescing, especially the base behind you, and about momentum, about propelling things forward months ahead of the election. And that's really going to be
Bob Costa says, sources close to President Biden tell me tonight they're furious that while the president is trying to recover from COVID, the pressure campaign keeps picking up speed. Lots of anger towards some donors.
All of them seem to be
talking of money drying up if he doesn't quit.
Talking about it earlier,
for what they see as muted support from President Obama and toward Dem leaders, who one source says are hiding behind statements.
Obviously,
if they want him out, they'll have to push, sources add.
Especially
he feels disrespected.
Speakers.
Still a fluid moment, and no one has figured out an effective way to quiet this drift of nervous Democrats away from Biden.
Because
now many Dems want Biden to just break at some point soon.
Make them more willing, more comfortable with Trump, and especially considering how high his negatives are in polling, which are almost as high as where some of President Biden's unfavorables are. So
John
we'll
Tester,
what Trump we get tonight, Libby, but it's going to be
Jamie Raskin.
Kind of sequence of events coming up here shortly.
Both coming out. High-profile Democrats coming out, calling on Biden to step aside.
Yeah, so
since we've been on the air.
World who says that reiterates Trump is not going to say the names Joe Biden or Donald Trump. He's going to refer to his opponents. He's going to say...
Right, he's not going to refer to Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
By name.
Okay, right.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
He's going to... he'll say my opponents are responsible for America being in decline. He's going to talk a lot about discord and division. Those are the words he's going to use, discord and division. Also, he's going to talk in very personal terms about his what he's going to characterize as a brush with death in Pennsylvania over the weekend, and sort of what how it's made him rethink things. He's going to talk about the division and how we need to stop the division. We'll see how deep he goes. It's scheduled to be a pretty long.
The Hill is saying that Biden is expected to
go off prompter.
Make a major announcement in the coming days.
A rapturous response, but
well-connected Democratic Party insiders say they expect President Biden to make a major announcement about his future soon after the Republican National Convention concludes in Milwaukee. That congressional leaders expect Vice President Harris will become the nominee for President Biden.
This isn't a promotion.
If he drops his re-election bid.
Win. So he is taking
talk among high-level Democratic strategists and donors has now turned to who is best positioned to serve as Harris's running mate. The short list is boiled down to Senator Mark Kelly, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, and North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
The 8 years that we've covered Trump as a politician,
I would say no to Kelly. I'm partial to Beshear.
Last few days,
Cooper is also a good pick. I would say no to Kelly.
Totally. And if there is any place on this earth where he is going to feel comfortable, it's this room.
It's a lot of chatter. Once again, this
I
is
believe your source. Definitely believe your source.
This is
that we have seen where he will go off script.
anonymous sources and everything, but this is coming from somewhere.
That have proceeded.
And do not forget, we are currently on.
The energy too. They're about to say, we will have the full Congress in November. I mean, that's how confident they are feeling right now. So I wonder if that confidence has sort of gotten into him.
COVID makes you feel like shit. I can't imagine what it's like to be an old person and catch it.
The family box, it's like all the Senate Republicans. James Lankford, who
I disagree with Josh Shapiro for the same reason I disagree with Mark Kelly.
But
that's a close state.
Were there. I saw Dave McCormick.
Pennsylvania is a close state. Josh Shapiro is only in his first term.
Tim Sheehy, who's
Mark Kelly is also only in his first term.
Running against Democratic Senator John Tester. I'm pretty sure I saw him, and everyone was sort of laughing and joking because I think they were all processing the news that John
Ruben Galejo is up in Arizona.
That's
running against Kerry Lake. So I feel like it's a pretty easy dim win. But it might not be so easy if they pick somebody other than Kerry Lake.
Biden would normally lose by 15 or more points.
Yeah.
And so the mood up there, talking about like feeding off the energy, but you're right, when you get that confidence.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like to be Joe Biden.
When you start,
suffering from COVID,
discipline.
while also having your entire party like basically mutiny against you. At least that's the way he sees it.
We are seeing a lot of candidates for Senate in the Friends and Family box tonight, and they are clearly trying to get some of this Trump momentum and magic of this moment. This is not a time where they're trying to distance themselves.
Well, I can't imagine it's a fun thing to go through to be Joe Biden right now.
Linking themselves to Donald Trump, JM.
What's interesting is after Republicans kind of underperformed their own expectations.
This is wild because last night we didn't even get that many band breaks.
We saw some of them.
It was like speaker.
Thought the abortion
tonight has been more band than speakers almost.
Had hurt those candidates, and they've watered down that in the official Republican platform this year. And the fact that they're so closely tying themselves to Trump, as you mentioned,
playing another song,
points to what James was just mentioning. How
we're running a good 45 minutes at least late.
You want that base support, energized, supporting you. On top of that, also, this is a really bad Senate map for Democrats this cycle, and even before the events of the last 3 weeks post-debate.
Agreed, Lord. We should have had a primary.
Very hard. It was going to be very hard for them, Democrats.
Hulk Hogan still to come.
Hold on to the Senate.
Trump is speaking.
And
supposed to speak in about an hour and a half
tonight. I think signals.
No, supposed to speak in about a half hour.
Concerned about that map.
We are running late.
Concerned about those dynamics even more, and that Biden may be a drag.
They actually blocked off from 10 o'clock until 11:30 for Donald Trump.
Let's talk about the floor a little bit, how the floor is laid out. I just want to give people a sense of sort of how it works at conventions.
We've got Dana White, Hulk Hogan,
poor South Carolina,
Franklin Graham, and Donald Trump left.
Vantage point because we're elevated a little bit. But
possibly a couple more people.
I'm wondering if it's
they like to throw a little nobodies,
South Carolina.
I'm a voter from Pennsylvania, and I think Joe Biden's economy has hurt my business.
Talk to us about who is getting, and we see Donald Trump walking in here now. All right, Donald Trump making.
Oh, and Eric's speaking.
Talk to us, James, about who's got prime.
Yeah, the swing states have prime time slots. North Carolina, which is where the chair of the RNC lives. Ohio, which is where J.D. Vance is from.
Oh God, Don Jr.'s kids look scary.
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia. They actually Michigan, Minnesota got a pretty good slot this year. Iowa is in a great space in front of the stage because, of course, Trump got his first win this year in the Iowa caucuses.
So we're seeing the Trump family come in. You can see the grandchildren as well. And
Barron.
He's got a maxi pad on his ear.
Jared Kushner and Tiffany.
I haven't seen Barron yet. I've seen Tiffany. We're seeing.
I think I see Barron.
Of course, Warlord would show up.
Point that I do, James.
No Melania.
Yeah, it looks like grandchildren. I did not see Darren. Did you see?
Yeah, that's him. He just went up to the left, unless it's and they all look similar because they're Trumps.
They all look similar because they're Trumps.
We saw Kai Trump, who's his granddaughter, 17-year-old, who gave a speech this week. Her big stage with which to give a first massive public appearance on. Kimberly Guilfoyle there.
Also, like, I can't imagine what it's like being Kamala Harris right now. Put yourself in her shoes.
Significant because they have not.
How fucking nervous are you right now?
This campaign yet, really. And we're seeing an intro video to Hulk Hogan. So 1980s.
I know.
Of course, that was a golden era for Donald Trump, though, right? That was a big business era.
Oh.
So Ivanka and Jared, I'm going to somehow keep talking about
when it comes crashing down and it hurts inside.
Because they served in the Trump administration, they were loyal to and they really went dark after January 6th and after Donald Trump was out of office.
Moved to Florida. Jared Kushner, of course, has gotten billions of dollars in deals and an investment fund, including with the Saudis, certainly based in part on his family connections. But it is not expected that they would have.
Hey, Jimmy Hart made that. That's pretty good.
Shoot, Hulk Hogan.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title.
Oh,
or maybe
bullshit.
I thought the vibe was so intense. The energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
Brother.
And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Macho hates your guts.
But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready.
Yes, he ratted out Jesse Ventura for trying to unionize the WWF.
Becomes the President of the United States. All the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans,
Hogan already ran for president.
I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised.
What?
When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next President of the United States. Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
I feel like I've seen this before.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste.
Oh, you wanted to come as Terry?
My name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too.
Wanted to give you a little taste.
And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent.
I have seen this before.
I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American.
His name is Terry Bollea.
And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States.
Fair enough. Hogan's not running for president.
You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second. Hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time...
Have you been to his beat shop clinically?
Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title.
Oh, God, his arms look horrible.
And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again.
The game. You got to play the game clinically.
You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never...
This is totally normal.
In the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border
is out of it's probably Peter Thiel that got Hogan to speak here.
And housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there.
Depends on what you're measuring, DJ Dub.
Dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone.
Dusty
Donald
died.
Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association.
That was the best speech.
Of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
Ooh. Hulk Hogan and then Franklin Graham.
Good evening. I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan.
This is the cuck that likes to watch his wife with the pool boy, right?
As a private citizen who loves this country, I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday,
indeed, Mox,
in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a
that's Falwell. You're right.
Experience. No question. But God spared his life. And when we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our lives, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that.
Oh, family of scumbags,
but one thing
absolutely.
I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith.
It's the Grahams and the Falwells that.
You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only
Danny
begotten
McBride
Son,
based
that whosoever
Roger's
believeth in him
gemstones on.
shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long
and the Pat Robertsons.
For as long as I've known the President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did.
He did.
In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty. And guess what? He did.
That I don't know. I can't.
In
I can't vouch for
2019,
that
I
one.
was with him at the United Nations when
what that means.
the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that.
I just don't, because I've read the Bible and I feel like the Bible is pretty explicit that
for what he did
dickheads
as
like
the
this are not to be
45th president of the
trusted.
United States.
It says it multiple times.
That as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And
He's
so
like a
what
fucking
I'd like to do,
Pharisee
I'd like
or
us to
whatever.
pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven.
It's all just a show of piousness, and it's not about their works.
Our Heavenly Father, we come.
Like, you're not even supposed to pray in public.
Hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for
that makes
defending
sense.
life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and
She's
justice.
crying. She's moved by the
This in
Spirit.
the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords.
You didn't see it, but J.D. Vance's wife, Usha, wasn't partaking in the praying. J.D. Vance very much into the praying.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Dana White is going to be the lead into Trump. Big Don.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away.
Has Eric? Like, I was wondering why he's here.
And broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president,
I feel like
it was
Don Jr. got the better spot. He was like a main event.
Family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country.
Eric is here because he's weak.
For America's future.
All the other big guns carry the night. It looks stupid.
My father was
but I
clear it
mean,
would not
hey,
be easy,
it's a Trump.
that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the
We don't need political families anymore.
A company that I run today. The efforts to cancel us, to silence
I don't want
him,
Bushes. I don't want Kennedys. I don't want
and to
Trump.
drag him through every radical left courthouse in America.
Can we make a law that you can't run for office if, like,
Yet
you got a family member that
wavering courage
served?
and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people.
I did not watch Succession. One day, maybe.
45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump.
I've heard a lot of good things about it. That kid's stupid. Those are Eric's kids. Oh, that's why Eric got this spot, because Laura has become Donald's favorite. Not Eric, his wife.
Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling. Jobs were scarce. Our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day.
Where is this world you guys keep talking about? I'd love to live in it.
I understand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use.
Great.
Or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools.
Perfect.
But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City
like
skyline.
freedom and Pledge of Allegiance are like an oxymoron.
He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored...
Chris Limbaugh, good evening.
Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for families and businesses. He slashed regulations.
That was me attempting to do Bo Rabbit. It probably didn't work.
401k increase in American history.
Hey, Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and hit you with the ads right now. Get them out of the way so you don't miss Dana White. Dana White's more fun than Eric, right?
Homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates.
I should hit the ads.
They started their families.
We'll be back soon.
My father made
you
the
ain't
United
missing
States
anything.
energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected.
I love the caption said Outback Daddy.
Into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs.
He took your jeans.
He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites, a movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off to Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here.
Live in North Carolina.
Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions.
That's amazing, but also, you know, it's just a consequence of time
across
as well.
our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many of whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives.
Trump's talking right now, Shelley. Just not the one you're referring
As it was in
to.
2016, America's
Are you not here for Hogan? Oh my God.
Prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The U.S. dollar has been diminished.
Unity.
Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end.
The stage is awesome.
The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our
how do they pay for that in this economy?
Handcuffed police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports.
Wouldn't the being bigger make them
destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives? We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest.
Well, I don't want it to work in your best interest, you
In
asshole.
spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York.
That ain't happening either.
I'm sorry. We know it's wrong,
but
we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way.
They should have done Make America Great Again
To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, crazy, incredible woman that spoke the other night.
That's
While
better than Magoa.
Does absolutely nothing.
God.
I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being
Tell me what the government's going to do for Smokey.
in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my
How you
father
gonna
will
make
empower
Smokey's
them.
life better?
To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again.
This is totally live, heckin' random. What's going on, my friend? Good evening.
And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way.
Never fucking shut up. He's got small hands like his dad.
To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean.
You'll fit in well here then, heckin'.
Will once again be secure.
We're mocking these dumb fucks.
We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will...
I love that Torchy's just been in disbelief all
We
night.
will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first.
Just mind blown by the absurdity. You got to see Hulk Hogan rip his shirt off.
Children will understand family. Our children will have values, and our children will love God.
Well, I don't advocate violence, but I wouldn't have shed a tear if the shooter had hit.
Prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who
didn't look like he had titties anymore, Mox.
And answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump.
I guess I would have been sad that, like, the grandbabies lost their granddad. That would have been a sadness I would have felt.
Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you. A journey to save the greatest country on earth. A journey with the most incredible people I have ever met.
Hulk Mudflap Hogan.
5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face.
Oh yeah, thank you for being a freaking follower, Hagen.
By the grace of God, divine intervention,
thank you for being a Hagen follower.
You survived.
Don't fuck kids. Oh yeah, another European up in here. My head mod is British. I guess he's my head mod. Do you guys even like Warlord? He's well liked, right? Norwegian, that's awesome.
Greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious.
He's all right.
Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level.
Punch on the profanity clock.
The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face.
That's quite the endorsement for clinically. I don't dislike.
In a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics, you shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!"
Unity.
I'm honored.
Yeah, but he's got Hulk Hogan on his side.
I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country
Shut the fuck up, Eric.
And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America.
I do not endorse that message.
Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Living in America. Big Daddy Dana. I fucking love James Brown, but he's probably a piece of shit. Pretty sure he was a wife beater. We're almost done, Torchy, and then you get the end of the car chase. We still don't know what happened to the Kia, remember? Warlord! Oh shit! Did you hear me talking about you? Do you have some sort of alert that you knew you were mentioned in the chat? I love you. Were you here for Hogan? Brother? Okay, maybe you've been here, you've just been playing games. That's on the background. Oh, heckin'. Maybe you don't know who Hulk Hogan is. He's always been a fool. Okay. I could go on and on about all the lies Hulk Hogan has told. I'm amused hearing people talk about how much they hate Hulk Hogan. Did they have to tell him to keep it going again? They had to do like another refrain? I got to see him right after it was WWE. They had just changed the name. It was going into WrestleMania with him and Vince McMahon. They were doing the contract signing, and Vince McMahon stabbed his head with a pin. I was there that night. This is like watching WrestleMania. No, WrestleMania was way better this year. Yeah, but you can't hate Cena as a person because he seems like a straight up cool guy. The only thing I can say bad about him is he seems a little abusive in relationships, but like a mental abusive that he like wants you to perform to his standards or some shit like that. From the way I hear it told. But other than that, he seems like a super fucking cool guy. He's hilarious in his movie appearances. Yeah, there's no way he's on Hogan's level. As I said, it was just like, you know, listening to, he dated Nikki. Nikki talking about, like, the way he, like, she had to dress up for dinner. Like, he would get very upset if she didn't dress up for dinner. Like, even if it was just, like, him and her. What is this shit?
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Dana White,
First Lady of the United States.
Oh shit!
Melania Trump.
Oh shit! They dug her up. Did they get her? She's gonna pop up on the screen, isn't she? She isn't actually there. She's gonna pop up on the screen and be like, I wish you vote Donald. Good night. Oh, nope, she is there. Wait a minute, is that her? That's a different woman. That's not Melania. Are you sure? But then again, all white women look alike to me. Oh, you think she got some work done? Did she pick this song? I wonder how she feels. I feel like she wouldn't have still been with him if it wasn't for him winning the presidency in 2016.
Is the ideals and freedoms we all cherish. A story of a life dedicated to dreaming big. A story about giving back to the people in his beloved city. But most of all, this is a story about putting his country first. And it's a story best told in pictures. Young and confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build.
Doesn't look like she's talking.
And he left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted visitors from around the world. But he wasn't just an American entrepreneur. He became a folk hero. Celebrities and
Usually one of the nights is headlined by the potential first lady.
sought his approval, and New Yorkers just loved him. And he loved them back, and he gave back. Just one example, saving the Woolman skating rink.
The Woolman skating rink in Central
I think he had a Trump Tower London, didn't he?
6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald, you performed a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town. But he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really
that was Koch.
People live like kings and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined.
Well, you've lost once.
Say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books.
Yeah, less people voted for you the first time.
But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
Drink more? I don't know. Are you going to pass out, Nathan? How do you feel?
The Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000
It is kind of funny.
dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America. And ISIS, now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries. Just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led...
I still can't believe he was president.
And our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East.
Keep fisting. Oh, keep fighting.
There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America.
Newsroom was so good.
For our possibilities.
That show was so good.
So committed to fighting to once again make our country great. That there is nothing.
It only went like 3 seasons though. I mean, if you like that Aaron Sorkin political drama kind of shit, yeah, absolutely. If you liked West Wing, you will love Newsroom.
Please welcome Kid Rock.
Oh my God, I forgot about Kid Rock. Yeah, more like 2.5. It was like a weird cancellation.
If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up.
Oh, I don't even care. I'm gonna eat the copyright. I don't care. Let's do it.
Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say say fight, fight. Say somebody scream.
I don't know. Fucking Lars might get me for this, mightn't he?
I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane.
No fucking way, Holiday.
I'm the living proof.
Did really?
Yeah, from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start a win. I said that I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and want to see us fry. I guess because only God knows why.
I don't know where you're seeing that.
They call me cowboy.
Still seeing the president has not changed his mind.
Yeah, let me see where you at. Say fight.
And probably clickbait.
Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump.
I didn't have this album. I had the Devil Without a Cause. That fucking stage is so cool.
Corn Stones, David Attico, and No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Mo.
Okay, now based on the music that the band's been playing, how many of the people in the crowd actually like Kid Rock?
I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash.
You don't believe in Axl Rose anymore? What? I've seen him live. He's cool.
They call me cowboy. I'm the singer of the black.
It's not zero clinically. Come on.
Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight.
Well, I had the Rebel Without a Cause or whatever because, I was DJing at the time and I had everything that was fucking hot.
American badass. Watch me kick. You can roll with rock or you can
Suck my dick.
ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll.
Yeah, why didn't he? He's got that one song that, he should have done the Werewolves of London song.
Bill Shack to share. Bring it flash to flare. Like a long hair swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots, 65 Chevelle. See me riding sick.
This is the follow-up to the one with all the ball with the ball and shit on it.
Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona?
I really like this Metallica song. So when I hear the fucking riff, I get excited. And then if it's Kid Rock, it pisses me off. I'm amazed this is the song you like. You're not doing like a.
Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump.
You're not doing a melody.
Say Trump, Trump.
You don't even have a band. Metallica does suck. I hate them.
I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You singing Trump, Trump. From side to side.
Or is this just the only one he could work Trump into?
I put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump, Trump. Kick rocks in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth. President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass. My brother, Dana White. God bless America.
I can agree with that, Mox. Totally go that. I like your flow chart. Lame. Oh, they're doing Metallica. Nix, good evening. You weren't here for Hulk Hogan, you don't know. No, they're doing like Can't Be Sued Metallica. Say your prayers, little one. Don't forget, my son, to include everyone. Oh yeah, they totally thought Metallica was satanic. Did Hogan wear a suit? No, and he ripped his shirt off.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand, they love you, and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth, because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here?
Apparently, Hillary Clinton,
This guy's got a great
who's always on the winning side,
and he has
is telling President Biden to
possibly achieve in life.
stick it out.
President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself. And he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said,
AC Real, what's going on, my friend?
duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know.
Oh yeah, that's where I got it from.
Leader, and this
That might be satire then.
when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
The hentai monks. What's going on, my friend? I wouldn't bet on it. Oh god damn it. Oh well, I already got Kid Rock on my ass. Greenwood might do a takedown though.
Just my children and my wife.
Yeah, he would be the 45th and the 47th.
To be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
Holy. You're gonna have to check yourself into rehab after this.
And I won't forget the men who died.
That's people like to watch on YouTube afterwards, Lord. That's why I try to be considerate.
Next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt.
If I have to, I'll go in and silence it.
Sing it. God bless the USA.
He looks so mean. Whoa. Epilepsy warning.
To the hills of Tennessee.
Holy shit.
Across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Detroit to Houston, and New York to LA. There's pride.
Wow. Obnoxious is an understatement. But God, is that stage cool.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Oh, Greenwood has had a whole career resurgence thanks to this motherfucker. And this is only because nobody else will let him use his music. Venus, good evening. Got here just in time, though. Hulk Hogan. Doesn't look enthused. Apparently the ratings for the convention have been lower. But I wonder how much of that can be chalked up to, you know, like people watching, group watching like with us.
And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob.
Bob.
And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends.
If he announces it tomorrow.
Fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together we will launch
holiday.
A year of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color.
Maybe isn't a nice dick.
The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America.
Not even half of America likes your ass.
So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Gonna do it right. Let me begin this by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me what happened tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was
just bitching about immigrants.
The great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
I mean, it could have been a piece of glass, but the one thing that leads me to believe it was a bullet is that picture.
These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most
debate you on the glass question
of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought Actually, most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces.
Incredible people. Picking random.
They're incredible.
You don't
people.
have to keep assuring
Bullets
us
were
that you don't want to.
flying over
Like,
us.
are you planning on
Yet I
doing
felt
something?
serene.
Because
But now
I've been saying I'd like my chat to do something.
themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous.
Say you did it because you were watching the Troll
missing
Patrol.
them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped.
I want the publicity.
Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out.
Tourists, good evening.
Supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm going to call out a lurker.
And I'll tell you.
Murph and
stand
Surter,
before you
thank you for
as
being
serene
here.
only
Thank you
by
for
the
watching.
grace
I love you.
Of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment.
Oh, see?
When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on
We
their
got love
faces
going
as I
on.
looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
I love everybody, Drake. I love you, Drake. Oh my God, this is wild.
Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania.
The stage is cool.
Tragically,
I'll die on that hill.
Shooter
Look at
claimed the
that.
life
That's
of one
neat.
of our fellow Americans.
But like the imagery was spooky.
Comparator.
Also, I love your Tonberry.
Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable.
Love. There's that word again.
And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense.
Not high enough.
He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated. and 2 precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
Leaving? Wow. That is the uniform of the man who died. He was a firefighter. Trump went and kissed his helmet.
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it.
Look how much
$1
money I
million.
got. And his dead firefighter.
From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other 2. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay.
I'm going to send you a lot of money.
Doing very well.
Who wants to take bets on that one?
They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey.
Sassy.
There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room.
They did. They cranked that game, Irvin. Being really silent.
Thank you.
He is subdued, but also they almost killed him. I think I got a cat rebellion going on in the kitchen.
Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country.
You're not gonna get an ear reveal. That's a thing for an interview in a day or two. Or press.
And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We
Show
are
us the ear
one
pussy.
nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country.
I am the democracy. I tried to overturn your fair election. I'm the democracy.
And very big news, as you probably just read. On Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court.
Thrown out.
If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful.
Rhino Bighorn, what's up, my friend? The best.
In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course,
Baron?
My 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before.
Made me look human. Oh, God.
And
Did you see that one kid?
Was Dana good? I mean, was he good?
I got a clip of him golfing with Baron the other day.
Probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away. Beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it.
13.
This is many, many years. I promised my wife
Fucking
I
huge.
can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone
What's the name of
loves
the song?
him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he
Name
had
5 songs.
40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know?
Kid Rock.
And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great
Kid
songs
Rock
to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here.
Eric?
But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom.
Unity.
They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And
Unity.
We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country.
The beatings will continue until unity improves.
And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
Isn't that what Ludacris said on the front of that Yeah song? Usha.
He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country. Make America great again.
The hell movement.
They said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is making America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right.
He's a Peter Thiel puppet, if you know who Peter Thiel is.
And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, Jay,
much smarter than you, sir.
Time. Enjoy the ride.
Well, Usha is. I think Usha's a incredibly smart woman. I don't know about Vance.
And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of
Milwaukee.
He's not
and the great state.
slack-jawed stupid.
Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year.
The Packers?
And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and
The University of Wisconsin?
Development all over the place.
Either of them any good?
Remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it.
The Green Bay is like rebuilding after kicking out Aaron Rodgers, right?
Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did
Wouldn't go to Canada, Warlord.
Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this.
That's where I'd go.
But it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe,
here to Australia,
or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now.
Well, I'm still under U.S. control, isn't it?
This beautiful arena.
It's a
massive
territory.
invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Unity.
Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom
been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe, in the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill.
We have been drill, baby, drilling. Harkens back to what Sarah Palin said all the way back in, what, 2008? If we're going to drill that ass, I got some advice.
Life is too short to walk this earth or a asshole. Wash your
Can you
ass.
believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead.
Is that a meth pipe?
Decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize.
Do it more.
I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built.
Go fall on the fucking floor.
On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had
a deal.
Horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And
Unity.
they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage.
Certainly in that
Biden
group.
has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense, making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is
pretty soft speech coming off of the assassination attempt.
Great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's
feels like
country
forever,
buster.
Warlord, but I want to say about
Germany
25
from
minutes.
100 years ago, you can go back to any country that suffered great inflation, and we've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they have ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love, it's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable.
Emma pointed out on the Majority Report, if he was to step down,
people can't live like this.
Kamala becomes the 47th president. And all his merchandise becomes irrelevant.
57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%. Mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. Can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000.
I feel like Biden, there's no way he's not going to finish the term.
Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation.
We're talking about a very, very stubborn man.
Household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember,
DJ Dub, he's got a lot of merchandise that has 45, 47 on it.
That has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world.
They'll never do that. They're going to let him finish his
with
term.
Numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that.
You should add a real primary.
We will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times.
Another one.
Think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics.
Is it still going?
On the other side. I'd watched and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, we'll give you a tax cut. Right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now. And people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much.
Feel like he's not going on the teleprompter yet.
Still further, we gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more. And it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars.
One up, tip one back.
Having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas.
We got Paul over here.
And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby
We'll probably go about 20 more minutes.
Auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we
vote on
speak,
the Twitch poll.
large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker
We'll probably be watching a chase about midnight.
should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them.
We already started watching the car chase. We're going to watch the conclusion of it. It's a wild one.
People are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it, and we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus.
Oh, God.
We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America.
JustinFREAKIN, what's going on, my friend?
And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many.
Yeah, apparently he's down
thousands of jobs. We lost so
from
many jobs over the
2020.
years. If you go back
The polls
20,
in Florida show him
years,
only
they've
up on
started
Biden
going
4.
to China and Mexico. About 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them.
Packing old people doesn't work with the constituency in Florida.
For economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello.
You ain't got no cash to give out as a tip, do you?
And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find them? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous, and they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more.
88?
And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody...
I didn't know he went to restaurants with waitresses.
Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money.
They went to places with drive-throughs.
Protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly.
That's bullshit, Venus. Don't most states have laws against that shit?
But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst. Probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the...
Yeah, we've gone into just the hits, haven't we?
But you can see on the chart that saved my life. That was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest...
Diggers for cookers.
Done by the Border Patrol. One of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is.
You got a really cool name.
Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today.
Are we back on the immigrants again? I thought we moved on.
Look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened.
Oh, that chart only goes back to 2012, right?
They took over our country. We ended all catch and release.
So the wave of migrants immigrating to the country had died down by 2012.
Aliens on foreign soil, we want them to stay.
When we had the wave of like
under
Mexicans
the Trump administration,
coming,
if you came in,
that sounds racist when I say that.
And you were deported.
That was in like the mid 2000s.
The
so if you were to zoom the chart out, you would see that like that's just a usual
put in place.
To
seal the border. I wanted to seal border.
In the flow of things.
You know how unfair it is?
They come in
so
waves.
many people, hundreds of thousands of people have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country.
And that lowest point is, you know,
so
COVID.
Unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions, and they gave it to us. But not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release.
If you really look at that chart, Obama did better on immigration than Trump did.
We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth.
It also says illegal, but if it's asylum seekers, that's legal.
The Middle East, they're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane.
Fashy as fuck.
You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs?
Again?
The late, great Hannibal Lecter.
Wow.
We'd love to have you for dinner.
It's a winner with this crowd.
Being out there in insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful...
Well, then he meant that he happened to like the U.S.
Country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out.
Another congressman has came out and said that Biden should step aside. A slow trickle.
A dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you.
Unity.
In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela.
Pelosi is not publicly
really dangerous.
But Pelosi been leaking stories. Pelosi is asking
because in
him to
Venezuela,
step aside.
crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be.
Hicks, good evening.
In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down?
You say El Salvador burgers?
Convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
I will get enthusiastic for Harris Bashir.
From many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in the class,
Welcome.
who was out for a jog on the campus.
I
of the
vote to make
University of
murder
Georgia
illegal.
when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died.
Joey.
Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country.
Close to filibuster. In order to win the ponies, got to wrap up here the next couple
As
minutes.
we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world.
Doesn't seem
I was
like
the
he
first
is.
president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest. We were the most respected. And you saw this.
We're in less wars now, though, dummy.
By very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay.
No one said that.
He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word. Because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen.
Oh, if she loses, it is over.
Peace. And
that's what I was talking about. Can you imagine what it's like to be her?
All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded.
If I was going to run for president, I'd rather it be,
Obama,
you know,
Russia took Crimea
through a primary campaign and everything and know what I'm doing.
Russia
as opposed
is
to being
after all of
thrust
Ukraine.
into it.
Under President Trump, Russia took nothing.
But also, that's the job of vice president. It's just being thrust into a campaign.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said
That's
to
a
take
lot of
5
pressure.
years, sir. It'll take 5
to be
years,
thrust
sir.
into a presidential campaign.
We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke.
I think she can do it, though.
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it?
And Trump will
See, the
probably
old
give
days
them
they
those
said, "It's a
gigantic
wonderful
bombs
thing."
they've
Now
been
they say,
wanting.
How could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with them. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents
That's something you
inherited
wanna brag
a world
about?
of peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine.
Be a
The
cool
cities are
movie
just
title,
bombed out.
Planet of War.
How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that.
Unity.
13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs. Face
You had a whole
explosions.
thing dedicated to him a couple nights ago.
Horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state,
We ain't got no face.
Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price.
So the ultimate price
Thank
is
you,
the
Sam.
death.
Thank you, Sam.
He just ain't got no
Thank
face.
you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight.
Oh no, Gabby Giffords got shot in the
We were
head.
talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam.
Russia
But he
left
paid the
Crimea?
biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person, and he's running. And I hope that
A lot of news going on.
Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly.
Humiliating
And they weren't doing
defeat,
things perfectly,
apparently.
So we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before.
Ukraine won back territory. That was wild.
And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out.
I've got a cat begging for food.
Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling
Thank you,
the
Lord.
brand new beautiful weapons that
Kyle.
we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said,
He's
you'll have
very
to ask your
upset.
people or one of your wives.
You don't do this.
But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months.
During COVID.
And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful.
Well, Warlord may have won the pony.
Runways. We gave it up, and I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now.
China.
We were keeping that.
We are all over the place.
And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country, and
I
we had
want to
nuclear
say about
submarines in
10:50.
Cuba,
I'd say we're about at the
I will
hour
tell
mark
you
right
that
now.
The headlines every day would be, "What's wrong with our president?" You don't.
I
Even
will say he was scheduled for an hour and a half.
Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way.
Did Xi have a
correct?
Xi have
In
a
Cuba.
stroke?
And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't even they don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office. Well, you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call.
Stop wars with his mind.
Properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it.
What?
The USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers.
A design change.
Most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship. Anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to
keeps me
get
awake
to
at
the bottom
night.
of it.
Eating bacon.
You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say...
Cat has turned his back on me now.
I didn't want anybody to be confused.
He's trying to scorn me.
But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately.
Oh, God, this again. But is he talking about building an Iron Dome for Israel and sending it to them?
Nation's once great cities, making them
building
safe,
one over
clean, and beautiful
us
again, and that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C.
That's insane. I could see like a zone over like the New York, the
America is on the
northeast
cusp
area.
of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. I mean, we're going to bring this into a golden age.
He thinks it's a literal dome and not like a missile.
Japan wants to do it. All
interception
countries want to do
system.
it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs tremendous.
But he would have had to have been to Israel. He knows it's not under a fucking dome.
Now in our country, can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion.
Yes, the cat is pissed.
Tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work.
$9 billion.
And if you were going to do this all over
Okay,
our
I'll go
country,
feed the
this crazy
cat.
electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal.
Ban all gas-powered
A thing
cars.
we love very much. It's called America.
Next year.
We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest.
What?
I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us.
Oh my God, are they going to play the cue music?
It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open.
Docs is going to eat too much and throw
very
up.
Beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American
We're watching
patriots
Yellowstone.
marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds,
I've never seen a
stared
second of that
down
show.
death, and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God.
God.
Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support.
Unity.
And I am humbly asking for your vote.
Here we
Want
go.
your vote?
Baby.
Gonna make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win.
Goa.
Win, 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 win.
I mean, I guess it's
Nothing
kind of like
will
going to a
sway
rock
us.
show,
Nothing
a
will
rock
slow
concert.
us, and no one will ever stop us.
It's a cross between a rock concert
No matter
and
what
like a
dangers come our way, no matter what
televangelist.
obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will
Fucking knew it.
We will not fail.
I knew exactly what he was gonna do.
Together we will save this country.
He ate
We
too
will
fast
restore
and
the
he threw
republic,
up.
and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before.
I try to only like put a little bit in the bowl throughout the day, but as you can see when I'm on stream,
and quite
so that he just gets them little bites throughout the day.
Very quickly,
instead of like all at
make
once, just eating it.
America great again.
I didn't even put that much in any one bowl.
To Wisconsin, God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much.
There you have it. That's the end of the Trump speech. No cue music, apparently. It's actually kind of surprising. Band's gonna play him out. They did probably pay the band good money. He's coming. She showed up. It was a big surprise. Why is Kanye West? What's going on, my friend? Welcome in. We are wrapping up our coverage of the Republican National Convention. Remember when Hillary did the balloon face? Love you, DJ Dub. Have a great evening. Light one up, tip one back. First, we're going to do C-SPAN calls. It's always a favorite segment.
And make borders secure. This was a prepared speech that often veered off the script. It lasted more than 9 minutes.
I don't think so.
Invasions claimed that the last election was stolen. And after a while, frankly, the delegates took their seats again because it was going very long. This was Trump's first speech since the shootings at his event in Pennsylvania on Saturday, and he did tell the story of what happened from the stage, saying that he won't tell it again because it is too painful. Rhonda, take away.
It didn't seem like it was painful for him.
Listening closely for tone and content.
Yes, I certainly was, and I think a lot of Americans tuned in. Even Americans who may not vote Republican wanted to see what his tone was, since this is the first time that we've heard from him at length after the shooting.
I don't know that I could ever vote Republican again.
Talking about it, saying he's not going to say it again. He gave sort of a play-by-play of what happened that day.
I barely voted Republican in my life.
He said saved his life because had he not turned his head, he may have passed away. So that was a somber part. But I think what a lot of people were curious about was what Donald Trump were we getting tonight. We had heard, calls for unity.
After being president of the Young Republicans in high school.
At the top, but we also heard some very familiar Trump refrains.
But not being able to vote in the 2000 election.
Drill, baby, drill was said a few times. He talked about foreign policy in ways that were very
Turned
familiar.
18 in 2022.
With North Korea.
I would have voted for W if I could have.
And how he missed him. I mean, they were very familiar things that were in there that we've heard before from Donald Trump. So I don't think that there was a massive transformation.
Cancel Justin, indeed.
He is still the same candidate. But that kind of summarizes what we got from the former president.
And if you're thinking this is an operatic moment, you are right, because this is live singing that's happening behind us. Let's go to Jorge Rivas, who's on the floor with the delegate. Jorge.
Is this going to be on TV? We don't know.
Hi, Libby. Yeah, so we're down here on the floor.
I liked any girl that would look at me in high school.
With Andrea from, these are Illinois delegates. And, all right, so first of all, that was a long speech. So let me hear what you all thought about it real quick.
Well, we love Donald, so we let Donald do Donald, but that was very long. Very long. I would have liked it if it had been a little bit shorter.
What was your... favorite part? What part, if he had finished at that part, what part would you be like, that was a great speech? What part was your favorite part of the speech?
Gosh, I don't know.
I think after that he put up the charts of the illegal immigration, I think we could have wrapped it up there. Because that was a
We could have wrapped it up there.
very important point he made. It's a critical issue in the country, and I think that would have been it.
What did you think of the part at the beginning where he was
But then he rambled for 40 more minutes.
What was your thoughts when you were hearing that?
That was really emotional. I mean, you could tell he really was feeling it deeply, and you could sense how the family must have felt at that time too. It was really brought it home.
That fucking ear diaper.
And for his family to have witnessed that, it's horrific. It's horrific that it happened.
There's a lot of balloons and they're popping, and it's very hard to hear you all, but I'm sure you're saying wonderful things. When you were listening and you were there, I mean, one of the things that he's trying to talk about is in this convention is attract new voters, right? I mean, that's he's talking about. He was saying, like, Wisconsin, vote for me. I'm trying to get you.
I mean, I guess Clinton could have been awesome if we'd had like a more.
What do you think?
I think
if we had a more leftist
into tonight, I think if he had
administration afterward,
shorter, more concise, with a little more punch, he would have hung on to some people that were maybe watching on TV. I think he probably lost a lot of viewers that could have been. But I think so many people are going to
Clinton being followed by Bush.
It's not going to matter.
He was just redneck Reagan.
Quite a lot during the speech. What were you guys laughing?
Because it was so.
There were no fans of Clinton here, either of them.
It's just the way he is. He's just like, it's like you're talking to him. I told Andrea, it's like us talking at home. He just, it's just conversation.
I think he would have been better if he had had a prepared speech. And, maybe off-the-cuff comments here and there, but a speech written for tonight would have been better.
Well,
no, go ahead.
It was an entire movement, though. Like all these baby boomers had this shit drilled into their heads.
And if it weren't for him, where would we be? Back with Biden? I mean, God, I don't care how long he talks. I'll listen to him. I don't care. I don't care.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with me, you guys. I know it's been a long.
There you go. I wasn't even paying attention to her. Oh my God, did he throw up in the box and he's trying to fucking cover it up? I love that cat, but sometimes he's mad. There's your Don Jr. With Usha. I really hope that he gets defeated and like we don't have to put up with this fucking family. If this is a dynasty and it's like the rest of our lives, we have to have Trump just ever present. I'm not for it. I guess I really will move. I don't know. I can't. And then the JD Vance just makes me hate him that much more. The Peter Thiel angle, for multiple reasons. Because of Peter Thiel, because of I have always, so it's a triple fucking whammy. I've hated Hulk Hogan since I was a fucking kid. Hulk Hogan is one of Peter Thiel's tools. He used him to kill Gawker. He used Hulk Hogan's Pringle can fucking dick to kill Gawker. And I liked Gawker. Not only did I hate Hulk Hogan, fucking a show like the Troll Patrol, Gawker would be a valuable resource. We would have watched videos on Gawker so often on this show throughout the years. If Peter Thiel didn't use Hulk Hogan's big goddamn Pringles can to kill it. So then you add in that J.D. Vance wrote the book Hillbilly Elegy, and I'm actually from Appalachia. I'm from the place that he is stolen valor claiming to be from. Shocker did kind of suck, Drake. It was very tabloidish. However, it would have published a lot of shit that we would have watched on the Troll Patrol. You could not deny that. He's from like southwest of Cincinnati. He is not from anywhere considered part of the Appalachian region. I am from Pikeville, Kentucky, the place that he says he came to and spent summers with his aunt or whatever the fuck. That's his taste of Appalachia. Yes, Ivanka is there. She made a surprise appearance. It was a whole big deal. They played some, it was like really weird music. It was kind of like soft bedtime piano music or some shit. You see Usha and JD Vance. They had to put the gold balloons on the stage. Doing he's in we're an American band. That's it. Trying to think of what the lyrics were. Fucking love me some sausage. I'll make you some fucking sausage gravy. Check out the cast iron skillet. See that kid looks like he should be on like Stranger Things or something. Has anyone seen the clip of the Foo Fighters show? Somebody yells out they made lasagna. Dave Grohl is like, you didn't make no fucking lasagna. Why you lying? I'll make you some fucking lasagna. Apparently Tenacious D is at least on hold for the time being. A lot of people are joking that they broke up, but I've not seen any confirmation that they've actually broke up. They are on hold indefinitely. Is that what Jack Black would have to do? Like shave off the beard and put on a suit and go to the fucking RNC? It was his birthday wish. Okay, so here's my thing with Jack Black is like, when the Tenacious D album dropped, I was like a senior in high school. That shit blew my mind. I hadn't seen the TV show. Apparently the TV show was like, you know, like the year before or something. Like you watch the TV show and it's like the same songs, it's the same jokes as the album. And then like what's the Pig of Destiny? That might not be the first one. But you get to like 2 Tenacious D movies in, and it's still the same songs, and it's still the same jokes. I don't know, Mox. I'm not sure. I'm cold right now. I'm actually a little chilly.
You show us everything you've got. Keep
This Kiss.
You drive us wild, we'll drive you crazy. You say you wanna go from the spread.
Hell yeah, why is Kanye West? Thank you for being a freaking follower.
You drive us wild, we'll drive you crazy. You keep a child and you keep a child.
Yeah, Tiffany's up there. I think Tiffany's the cutest. She's the only Trump I would even consider. Yeah, Tiffany gets to come to the big events. She doesn't get to do anything, though. She doesn't get to speak. She doesn't get introduced. What is fucking... Man, he is so phony, isn't he? They said they weren't going to be in politics. He probably got them and Melania to come because of the assassination attempt. Listen, if somebody tried to take my life, I would milk it for all it's worth. I would get every single person around me to do exactly what I wanted for at least a month. I milked my birthday for like a week. Attempt of my life? Holy shit. Absolutely. I'll milk that shit for at least a month. I would say she has some financial arrangement to be there. I don't know how to hook up with strangers. I mean, Grindr, like you, but you getting dick is easy, right? But like, Trump killed Craigslist. That's another reason to hate Trump. I've got no dating life now. Because like you just put on Craigslist like, hey, I want to be pissed on. And then like people message you and be like, I'm into that. And then you go from there. I mean, I've been in that scene for a while, OMG. Leave Tiffany alone. Did I say me specifically, but also yes? Not by guys. Like I tried it with a guy one time and I wasn't into it. I don't have a pissing on fetish, actually. I'm into water play. Water sports. I'll oblige if a girl is into it, but like that's not what I'm into. It's probably TMI. It may seem from the Dan Crenshaw graphic that I would have a fetish in pissing on people. However, that's more of just a power play. That's strictly a power fantasy. That's why I would like to I just go too far. You can't tell me secrets. I'll tell everybody. And not mean to. Like, here's the thing is, like, people will tell me stuff and, like, not tell me, like, you can't tell anybody this. You know, hey, keep this a secret for me. And then, like, I don't fucking know. I'll just blurt it out. And they'll be like, why'd you say that? You didn't tell me not to say it. I guess some people would figure it was obvious. But a lot of people have a level of, they don't share as much as I do with other people. Clearly, if I will hook up with a stranger and could possibly, I like to hang out and, you know, get to know a person at least a little bit before, you know, I stick my dick in them. But some people like want to get right down to business. You know, I never put, because, like, you know, if I'm inviting someone over to my apartment, like, I'm not going to push on, like, I'm not going to be you know, you have every opportunity to back out if you aren't comfortable with the situation or me or anything. Kanye, let me tell you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back.
I went over to this girl's house one time. She had the cutest little nightie on. And it's like her little ass cheeks were just barely hanging out of it. And she took me into the kitchen, like she wanted to do a shot of like whiskey or bourbon or scotch or something. It was something brown. Don't usually drink brown liquor.
To deliver this evening's benediction,
This is Tim Watley,
please welcome Dr. Mario Dickens from Milwaukee.
RNC chair. And so we go into the living room, and I'm talking to her, and she
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
wants to know if I can slap her, and like to see if I'm up to the task of what she's wanting.
Being here,
and like I give her a slap, and she's like, "Oh, come on
the
now,"
Republican National Convention.
because I'm a lover. I'm not a fighter. So like I will and hit her, and like, all right, that's more like it. But then I was a little intimidated by her, so I started kind of like talking smack, and it is like she ends up like kicking me out. Oh, this is the prayer.
Dickens. Yes, my granddaughter is here. I just wanted to
This is Reverend Dickens.
to the world on this stage. One nation under God. Reflecting on the significance of this phrase is crucial in the days to come. The path we have traveled has not been easy, but it must be navigated with dignity and perseverance. The Holy Scriptures state that the peace of God surpasses all understanding. I pray for peace in this nation, peace on the campaign trail, peace on our streets, and peace in our homes.
The bodybuilding, the Hodge twins.
For Corey Comprator, who tragically lost his life in Saturday's assassination attempt. For the innocent bystanders injured, and for their
It's a big brother.
May the presence of God be with them. It is God who established governments, as explained in Romans 13, verse 1.
I'd say the Democrats probably do prayers.
My wife, Cherie.
But it's not gonna be Christian every night. It wasn't Christian every night here.
He is the ultimate answer.
Well, not they had a Sikh.
As you leave this Republican National Convention, do so with the confidence that he will guide your path and keep you in his grace. My hope is that we all find joy in the days to come.
Well, we can find out what that news be doing if you want to. I got shit. I'll go ahead and put this motherfucker over here. I don't think we have the time to finish the chase yet. But I've got, since we're talking about presidential candidates, watch this be out of Fort Worth too. Is that Texas? No, is that Houston? We're gonna start a new segment called "What the frick is happening in Fort Worth?" So, guy in Texas running for president has changed his name.
And now to the story. A Texas man has changed his name to literally anybody else to run for president of the United States.
And today, during an interview with ABC 13's Tom Abrams, he announced his vice presidential running mate. Here's Tom with more.
He's a 35-year-old from North Texas who teaches middle school math and is a military veteran. But he became so disenchanted with presidential politics, he legally changed his name to run for president. He told us he's not a fan of the top of either ticket and thinks Americans deserve better than the divisive partisan system that dominates our politics. And while his name, literally anybody else, won't appear on the Texas ballot because, as we confirmed with the Secretary of State, he didn't get the required 113,000 plus signatures, he expects to be an official write-in candidate here in Texas and likely on the ballot in Tennessee, where he says he did get the required signatures.
It's not necessarily about drawing attention to my grievances, but about giving a place for anyone who shares these grievances to come together. It's a focal point. We have all these scattered opinions, like light, going every which way, as my dad would say. And this name gives everybody something to point to channel that beam into one movement, into one message that could hopefully have a meaningful impact.
And today, during our interview, he revealed his running mate, a New Yorker living in Switzerland named Neil David Suits. Suits was impressed with literally anybody else's message and wanted to join his efforts. Now, they know they can't win, but they're hopeful their message has enough of an impact to shift thinking and to get the attention of the traditional parties and how they run the country.
All right, clinically. Yeah, fucking Smokey, goddamn it. That he can't get comfy or whatever, and he keeps hitting the microphone. All right, clinically, yeah, we probably have enough time to finish it. How much longer? C-SPAN usually takes a while to get the calls. We'll probably be able to finish it. Here we go.
And
the car
drivers
chase.
Who, again, are not expecting this coming up behind them. You're not thinking about this as you're driving home.
Happened in L.A. yesterday.
Whether it's coming up from behind you or
the man who is in the car.
Continue to have drivers who are just
as a child.
Happening,
there's a kidnapped child has stolen the car.
Well, I can tell you guys that the unit that's directly behind is back into pursuit now. So this unit has picked up the chase, is officially back in pursuit, but we're right here coming back out onto another minor street. The airship's still overhead.
The airship.
Street, he's got nowhere to go. They can block him in right here. This could be it. Nowhere to go. You can see the sign there, no outlet. And let's see, this is going to have to be it unless he tries to ram his way through those deputies. They're going to set up a spike strip behind those deputies. But it looks like in a short distance here, he's going to have a cul-de-sac, nowhere to go, a gate that's blocking every way, and they're going to jump out and run, or they're going to stay placed. No, they're going to back up. That's never good to back up into those deputies. They are just giving up here because they have nowhere to go. Guns are drawn. They have a spike strip set up.
Windshield wipers are on.
The car gets away. So now we'll see if they comply and get out of the vehicle and surrender.
Made the wrong turn.
Yeah, and you just hope for the sake of these people in this car they make the right decision here. Because a lot is on the line, and we've seen these things go south, and it potentially can be miscommunication, but you're listening to the orders from the deputies, and you're complying, and you're surrendering. It's over. They've got nowhere to go, and clearly they're contemplating that now, and deputies waiting this out. We knew it was over when they made that turn into what we now know is a neighborhood this driver is not familiar with. You saw the sign that said no outlet.
We believe it to be a Kia.
That pretty much sealed their fate in this situation. I mean, and if you pull out a little bit, we can see the enormous response here and the number of deputies growing by the minute as this situation remains in a standoff situation, and you'll see more resources coming in here by the minute.
Yeah, they are blocked in, and the guns are drawn. And again, what we understand is the passenger is the robbery suspect wanted for an armed robbery. We're not sure if that suspect in the passenger seat is armed, but obviously with the information that it was an armed robbery, those deputies are treating this as if he has a gun. And then we have the driver who picked up the suspect and decided to, flee, and the pursuit began. So this has been going on for a little over.
Obviously, there's a situation here where the suspect's trying to communicate something other than what deputies want, which creates
it is a black man
potentially as well. They want those keys on the ground, and at this
we know this because of another fact to this story.
He's got them in his hands, and it's a simple move. Just drop those keys, and we can move on one by one with the suspects, but pleading to the officers for whatever it is that he's trying to say there, but still not following the commands that would make everything a little bit safer for everyone. So here we go. Does he drop them?
There it goes. All right,
there
step
goes.
one. And at this point, they're going to have him get out of the car, and one would hope that the suspect complies. Again, there's at least one passenger in this car as well, so this is potentially quite a process here for deputies.
I don't know if there's another passenger beyond the child.
We don't
did sound like he was talking to somebody that was in the car, though.
Beyond the one that we know is in the passenger front seat, may be in this car. The tinted windows are preventing law enforcement even potentially from knowing the answer to that. So they're dealing with a situation, again, where they have to assume at least one of these people may be armed. This was an armed robbery these suspects are wanted for. And so, the potential for at least one of them to be armed, law enforcement's going to consider that and assume that he or she is armed. There goes a water bottle, it looks like. But again, they're gonna want this suspect to open the door. Hard to say without hearing what's being said. You may or may not hear what's being said over the scanner or some iteration of it. But there you go. There's what deputies want to see.
Is that a baby?
Is that a baby?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Good grief. Good grief.
Oh my gosh.
Omaha, haha. What's going on?
Very young child.
In the lap of this suspect, who has been driving, and now it looks like there are more people than the two people that we expected to be inside. And here is a baby. Oh my gosh.
A very young child.
It couldn't be like more than 6 months old.
That is the most troubling aspect of all of this, to see something like that. So obviously that's what this suspect was trying to communicate to them. I have a baby. Obviously there's a way to deal with this situation.
This happened in L.A. yesterday. Well, now it's
in a situation like this to deal
for me here on the East Coast. It's now Friday, so this happened Wednesday.
There's a way to bring this to a safe conclusion. Gil, can you see anything from your vantage point that would indicate how many people might be in this car?
Well, certainly the rear passenger opened that door. It looked like it might have been a female. Hard to tell. It looked like the driver handed the baby back to that person, is now talking to that person. The baby appears to be with that person either in the back or possibly someone in the front passenger seat. We haven't seen any movement there. The driver pretty upset about it. But all they're going to want him to do right now is to get out.
I believe it is a Kia. That's what the chat deduced earlier. So there is a wrinkle to this story that I haven't told you. If you weren't here earlier, you don't know it yet.
And not even slowing down here at 70 miles an hour. What's going to happen if someone comes and pulls out? How do you... Oh, just absolute insanity.
We begin with developing news tonight, a wild and dangerous pursuit. The man behind the wheel driving at high speeds and at times on the wrong side of the road. And inside the car the whole time, an infant.
KCAL News Assignment Editor Mike Rogers is at the desk. Mike, this was so frightening. You have a new angle, too, of that pursuit from inside the car.
Yeah, believe it or not, this guy driving the way he is on these roads, and to make it worse, we've learned he was live streaming for most of it. Take a look.
You gotta pull over and put your hands up, bro. My baby's in the car, bro. Bro, just pull over and put your hands up, bro. My baby is in the car, Dayon.
Yeah, now, Pat and Juan, we wondered what that woman's involvement was, and now clearly you can hear in this video she wanted nothing to do with this. She pleaded with the man for the entirety of the 8 minutes that he was live streaming during this pursuit, begging him to pull over. He said, I know the baby's in the car. That's why I'm not driving as crazy. Take a look what it will look like from SkyCal.
Blasting through stop signs again. Rush hour traffic coming out into another busy street on La Cienega.
Whoa. These were the wild moves as the driver told the girlfriend he wasn't driving that fast. Clearly he was. Look at these moves. Wrong side of the road several times at high speeds. And again, you got to think he was live streaming during this, so totally distracted in addition to everything that was going on. This started with Hawthorne PD chasing a completely different car, wanted for robbery. There were 3 guys in that car, but eventually they all got out. 2 of them got taken into custody, and then this guy jumped into this car. It all comes to a head here in the Blair Hills area where he realizes he's got nowhere to go, comes up on this dead end, and then that's when we all saw what was going on inside.
Oh my goodness. Wow, I can't even believe this. So to think that they were doing this kind of driving with a child in the car, absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, really, really crazy. Now, during the live stream of the chase, he also talked about how he wasn't going to go back to jail, how he didn't even do anything wrong. Ultimately, it comes to an end here with the woman getting out of the backseat of the car with the baby. The suspect walks towards her as she's clearly trying to walk towards sheriff's deputies, gives both of them a hug and a kiss before she walks over, hands the baby over to deputies. She herself is put into handcuffs. And then as you see here, he surrenders and gets on the ground. There's the baby being rocked back and forth by LA County Sheriff's deputies. Now, coming up at 10 o'clock tonight, we are actually going to hear from those deputies that helped get that baby out of that situation. We're awaiting a press conference that's supposed to be starting at any moment. Guys?
Yeah, that was a heart-stopping moment. All right, thank you, Mike.
Do we have an update on that? See if we've got a more current. He apparently has a pretty long rap sheet.
Learning more about the man who had a baby in the car and live stream on Instagram while being chased by police. 21-year-old Dayon Henderson is facing multiple charges, including kidnapping, carjacking, and robbery, and it's not his first time. NBC4's Alex Rosier joins us live from Beverly Hills with more on Henderson's criminal history. Alex.
Police say it all started in Beverly Hills when Dayon Henderson and two others stole a man's Rolex and iPhone. Eventually, the two others got arrested in South L.A., but things got even more serious when Henderson was the last one on the run, and he got in a police chase with his girlfriend and baby on board.
Early Wednesday, Dayon Henderson posted this photo with his baby on Instagram. The caption said, "Your dad got you forever." But just hours later, Henderson was being chased by deputies.
LA County Sheriff's behind the vehicle and above it.
The sheriff's department said his girlfriend picked him up and he got behind the wheel after he was involved in a Beverly Hills robbery. As deputies gave chase, he went live on Instagram. Listen to his frantic girlfriend.
Dayon, let us out, bro.
It's over with.
Dayon, let us out.
News Chopper 4 video from the end of the chase shows who else was inside the fleeing car. His 2-month-old baby.
How scary to think about everything
I've
that we
seen
just
plenty of
witnessed,
chemists
all
with
of those
fucking neck
crazy
tattoos.
maneuvers, and to think that there was this newborn in the vehicle. That is so incredibly irresponsible.
He's facing kidnapping, carjacking, and robbery charges after this arrest. But it's not his only arrest in the last year.
They need to send somebody. These guys are trying to get into this unit right now.
That's a 911 call from last September after police said 4 people broke into an apartment in South LA, tied someone up, placed a blanket over their head, and stole their keys. The burglary ended with 1 man jumping off a roof and 4 arrests.
Whoa.
One was Dayon Henderson. In that incident, officers recovered a loaded gun, and Henderson was charged with unlawful firearm activity, robbery, and burglary. Now, 10 months later, this young father was arrested again after he took his baby on a police chase.
Beverly Hills police said at the time of his arrest, Dayon Henderson had 7 felony warrants. The girlfriend was initially detained. She is not being charged and was released. The baby was released to her. The Sheriff's Department telling me today that the Department of Child and Family Services will be involved to ensure the baby is cared for. We're live in Beverly Hills. I'm Alex Rozier, NBC4 News.
So she's not been charged. She got the baby back. Let's head on over to C-SPAN.
3 times since Richard Nixon. This evening, we want to get your reaction to the former president's remarks. What resonated with you tonight? Here's how you can join the conversation.
They already started taking calls, but
748-8920.
I figured we'd finish the car chase.
8921. If you belong to another party, dial in at 202-748-8922. And if you're undecided, 202-748-8923. Let's get to calls. Todd in Nashville, a Republican. Good evening. Todd, what did you make of the former president's speech?
I loved everything the president had to say. I am a gay man in Nashville, Tennessee. I was middle left prior to President Trump coming into the Republican Party. President Trump ushered in a new acceptance of the LGBTQ population into the Republican Party. He doesn't care if you're gay, straight, black, white. He only wants what is best for America. President Trump also hired the first gay man to be appointed into a presidential cabinet by hiring Richard Grenell. He was the first president to go into office supporting gay marriage, not Biden, not
gay,
Obama, not Clinton. It was Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves the gays. He loves everyone, and he wants what's best for America.
Todd in Nashville. Bortle in Louisiana, you are next. Your thoughts?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. I was a Democrat all my life until President Trump came to run for president. So I went and run right away and changed my party to a Republican. What struck me tonight is that what I heard, what President Trump said, that we have nuclear Russian submarines around Cuba. Well, that happened way back when I was young, when President Kennedy was president, and he surrounded, and that was the Democrats, surrounded Russia with all our Navy and ships and forbid them to do that. Why is not Biden doing that right now? We need Trump to be the president of the United States of America, because if that's going on right now, we don't know nothing about it, and they're ready for invasion.
All right. More of your calls coming up. We want to go down to the convention floor. C-SPAN Susan Swain with delegate reaction.
Greta, before we get to my interview.
Not run for a
Since
second.
we're behind, we can skip ahead.
Let's look at presidential nomination speeches at the Republican National Conventions over the years, going back to 1980. Ronald Reagan's speech before his party. It was 55 minutes long. The shortest speech was by Mitt Romney in 2012 with 38 minutes. And like we said, the former president tonight broke his own record and appears to have broken a U.S. history record here with 92 minutes, talking for a little over an hour and a half, breaking his record and others tonight. Let's go to our next phone call. Go ahead, caller. Sean in New Jersey, Democratic caller. Sean in New Jersey, are you there? Democratic caller. All right, one last call here for Sean in New Jersey.
Sean, you there?
All right, let me move on. Let me move on to Glenn in Pennsylvania. Glenn, you there?
Yes, Greta. This is the first time I've called you, and I'm happy to get through. I hope you can give me a couple of minutes to explain all these things that I wanted to get through here.
Sounds like Hank Hill.
We're in Natrona Heights. We're 5 miles away from Corey Comparatore's visitation tonight, and there were, about 1,000 people that went to see him, and he looked like an angel. I wish the whole country could have seen Corey Comparatore tonight. He was laid out, and his hairy arms, and it looked like an angel. His face looked so angelic.
His hairy arms look like an angel.
Now, we were at the Trump rally on Saturday. We were 20 yards away from Trump, and we were 30 yards or so away from Corey. We saw him being brought out, and he had a lot of blood on him, and it was an awfully sad thing to see all this blood on him, and that it's been just a whirlwind of a week. And but yeah, we witnessed all this stuff, and it's just been a tremendous week. But I would like to say, should we all consider, is this God's anointed one? I mean, what are the odds that this man is going to be shot in the ear and just going to get winged? I mean, is he anointed? Is he anointed by God? Should we consider that? I'm not saying that it's definitely true. I believe it. I'm a Christian. I believe it. But maybe we should consider. But it's just been a tremendous, crazy week, and we just saw Corey. He was in Freeport. That's 5 miles from Natrona Heights. And then we were there at the rally. And another thing that was, it's just a crazy situation where this man was.
Yeah. Glenn, you heard the former president say tonight, I'm not supposed to be here tonight. When you were at that rally and you heard the sound of the gun, did you know it was a gun?
Oh, my God.
Yards away from him, Greta. And I kept inching us up forward and forward because that's my personality. I'm a history buff, and I'm a history buff about the Kennedy assassination. I figured, but we kept getting closer. I thought it was firecrackers. And I looked to the right. I said to this Joe, our friend Joe, I said, "Is those firecrackers?" And he said, "I think so," because they sounded, I don't know if it was the acoustics, Greta, but where we were, it was like 20 yards away from Trump, and then there was like an open field. And I think maybe the acoustics made it sound like that. But it might have been bullets. And then the Secret Service was running around there saying, "Get down, get down, get down, get down." They were telling us to get down, but I was sort of in a daze. You're kind of like in a trance. You're like, you just don't understand what's going on. But then I did get down. But yeah, it was firecrackers, and then that poor old Corey was being dragged out, and I got up and I saw him, and I saw about 5 people with AR-15s. There were guys with AR-15s, and they were looking at everybody and seeing what was going on. But, I mean, one thing I would like to say, too, Greta, is we've got to figure out what went wrong here. You know, if this Cheadle needs to be fired, and we were there, and everyone was having a good time.
Getting fired up.
It was seen for an hour, now they're saying, before the rally. They should have said, no one's taking that stage until we figure out what's going on with this guy. He was pacing back and forth. We didn't see him because we were way down, in the perimeter where you had to go through the maganometer.
It wasn't on Zoom. I was thinking the same thing. I was also wondering what that woman was looking for.
There's something wrong here. I mean, I don't say they intentionally tried to get this man.
And then this dude's fucking nutso.
Is that the case? I mean, someone needed to say President Trump doesn't take one step. I mean, if I would have been there, and I tried out for the Secret Service in '82, but my eyes weren't good enough. They said, take your glasses off, and I didn't pass. But if I would have been there, I would say, no one takes that stage until we find out what's going on with this guy. It's pacing back and forth and has a...
I bet you did, buddy.
On. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Our country's got to figure out what went wrong here and not repeat again.
All right, understood. Heard your comments there, caller, at that Pennsylvania rally. You heard the president tonight recount what happened there from his perspective. The first time he has done so before this crowd here at the Fiserv Forum. It was very quiet inside here as he did that. He then went on and repeated a lot of lines that you hear at his campaign rallies. He was not sticking to the teleprompter often throughout the night. He would come back.
I've called in a couple of different times.
And then
they've even let me plug the show.
As you saw with the balloon drop of 100,000.
I got a couple of people subscribed to me because
on stage.
I got a shout out on C-SPAN.
First Lady also here in Milwaukee for the first time over these 4 days of this convention. Let's go to Tayden in New Jersey. Tayden, you were undecided. Did the former president say anything tonight to convince you to vote for him?
Yes. So in the primary season, I was a diehard Nikki Haley supporter. I'm 18 years old. This is my first federal election I'll be voting in. And after the Trump assassination attempt happened and all that stuff happened, I always saw Trump as kind of extreme, I'm going to be honest with you. But after his speech and getting to know J.D. Vance, I think I'm all in for Trump Vance.
And what did you get to know about J.D. Vance that you liked?
I really liked his American Dream story, and even how him and his wife met. That was just such an inspirational story. And I wasn't disappointed with him being picked. I guess I was more disappointed with who wasn't picked. I still was hoping Nikki Haley would have been picked. Maybe it would surprise everybody. I would have liked to see maybe Tulsi Gabbard, Tim Scott. But I think JD was still a good choice.
Tayden, did you watch those speeches from Nikki Haley and others throughout the week?
I did. And I think Nikki Haley said everything that needed to be said. I will say I've always felt like everything came out of her mouth is just 100% what I agree with. Even when she talked about 4 more years of Biden is terrifying, and even 1 day of Kamala Harris. I mean, let's be honest. She was right. She said she had one job, and that was to be the border czar. I mean, what a joke. Look at the border. It's horrible. And one of my best friends from my high school, her mother died to fentanyl that came from
now, JD said Trump could be America's Hitler.
Going on.
Trump took that as an aspirational goal.
Gary in Tennessee, Republican. Gary in Tennessee, a Republican. Are you there, Gary?
You hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Gary. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to say through everything that this man has been through and everything that he has faced and all adversities and everything else, what his family has been drugged through, you just can feel the presence of positivity and assurance, and that you have no questions whatsoever of what this man is standing for. Like it's been repeated several times, he doesn't have to do this. He chooses to do this, but he's doing it for us and to make us a better nation and a better country. And I really admire Trump for doing that.
All right, Gary in Tennessee, our last call here from the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee as we bring to a close the Republican National Convention. But the conversation will continue tomorrow morning on the Wall Street Journal at 7 a.m. Eastern Time.
All right, this one might tug at your heartstrings at the beginning, but I promise you it has a beautiful ending.
And this heartbreaking story has touched the lives of animal lovers all over Southern California. The dog, now named Argon, found abandoned in Malibu Canyon, his mouth clamped shut with zip ties. Now, for the first time, we're getting a live look at the dog's recovery and the effort to find him a new home. NBC4's Amber Frias joins us live from Tustin with Argon. Lucky you, Amber.
Oh, look at that baby.
We're at the Saddleback Animal Hospital in Tustin, where he is currently being treated, and we are told by the staff that he is in better spirits than when he came in about a week ago. But for a more precise update, I have one of Argon's vets here, Dr. Michael Cavanaugh. What can you tell me? What's the latest on his condition?
We're still waiting on some of the diagnostics to come back, but his demeanor has improved significantly and his lymphoma has been improving. So we're on physical exams. His lymph nodes are going down. He's in better spirits. He feels better, and he's more responsive to people. So he's doing much better.
So lymphoma, that is a type of cancer. And so what comes next with this type of diagnosis?
Well, we're waiting for the type of cancer it is, what type of lymphoma, whether it's B cell or T cell. Once we know that, then we can readjust his treatments more appropriately.
And can you go back to last week and, what he was like and the type of injuries that he came in with?
Yes, he had some skin trauma. He had swelling in his back legs and down his abdomen.
$25K reward for whoever abuses beautiful puppy.
And he was pretty emaciated, and all his lymph nodes were elevated on his whole body. So he was very withdrawn from people. So from the trauma, he was withdrawn. So.
Yeah, when I came in, he still appeared kind of shy, kind of wanted to stay on his own. But, you said that having him here right now, it appears that, he's doing a little better.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better. He's really responsive. He's responding to things around him rather than hiding in the corners. He's responding to the people walking in front of us. And he's really good with the staff. And the staff's spending a lot of time with him, trying to reacclimate him.
Do we know how long he will be here at the hospital?
It depends on what the diagnostics tell us. Will depend on what his further treatment will be.
Well, thank you so much. And Argon will be available for adoption, for those of you who are wondering, but that won't be until he is fully diagnosed and we know what his treatment will look like. But I'll have more information.
Watching on Twitch, you're heading over to Echoplex Media.
Coming up at 4. Another thing to add.
If you're near Argon, go give him a home.
Another thing to add is that there is a $25,000 reward for information.
If you know anybody that hurt this baby, claim that reward and help bring him to justice.
That is my report.
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. We'll see you Sunday night on the Troll Patrol live.